Welcome to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name is Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. And I call myself the Shepherd of Black Sheep because we have an awesome flock of black sheep here in the live chat. And I think part of the Shepherd's goal is to protect and provide guidance for the flock, kind of like as a leader in a way. And I see we've got a bunch of people in the live chat here already. Tim, D, Just Think, Eve. Who else we got here? Bethany, welcome. Miss Kim, our spot on time mod, Miss Kim. Miss Kim in Songbits does a great job. Zarina, welcome. Daily Watcher, welcome. Teresa, welcome. We have a few videos to go over today. The first one's going to be from our old buddies over there at Crime Unresolved. And as you noticed, the thumbnail today said what? Why Nancy wasn't taken for a ransom. And I think there's several reasons why she wasn't taken for a ransom, and how it was done proves it. One, what kind of ransom attempt would include not taking heart medication? If you're truly trying to keep her alive for a ransom, why wouldn't you take those things? Right? You would think so. Another reason, of all the ways to get money, this is going to be the way you get money. You want to do an extremely high risk maneuver to kidnap Nancy Guthrie from her home and then beg for Bitcoin? It just doesn't make sense to me. Does not make sense. Ramajammer, welcome. Jank, welcome. Washington State's in the house. I love it. Jackie, how are you? Matt, welcome. Montana, French Montana. Good evening, Jared. Also, everyone, hit the like button. It's free. You took the words right out of my mouth, Montana, just as Meatloaf would say. So I think for those reasons, this was definitely not a ransom. This doesn't make sense to me. Why, of all the ways, why go about this way for money? Doesn't add up to me one bit. But what does add up, punishment, revenge, maybe because of envy, maybe because of something political. That makes much more sense to me. Lou, welcome. Lou, are you from Scotland? Reagan, welcome. Speaking of Reagan, where has the other Reagan been? Wendy, how are you? The other Reagan is Some Days. She's the one that wrote that poem that I read last week. Hopefully she's in the chat tonight. Maureen is a weekend warrior in the chat now. Farley, welcome. I'm a bit Scottish. Justin, welcome. Let's see. So yes, as you come in here, please remember to like the video. Spank that like button. Leave your DNA on the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And also, as always, Shadow, the Night Owl, the mascot of the channel here, my spirit animal. We appreciate super chats. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered and to support the channel. It also helps pay for Hootie snacks. Same with super stickers. Great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member or gifting channel memberships gives people access to the members-only live streams, which are pretty cool. We had one earlier this week. We'll do one again soon. They're a fun old time. Bond, James Bond, 007. A Song, welcome. 007, welcome. Pamela, welcome. I love how we have people in here from all over the world. That is pretty cool to me. Let's see here. Well, thank you, sir. I guess what you call this, red, in between red and pink, almost salmon. Matt, how are you, sir? I have a feeling tonight's going to be a great stream. Talking about Nancy again, so the numbers will probably be up. I experimented last night talking about the Koenig case. I find it interesting, and I think next week there's going to be the verdict. And we can go over some more of that as well, if there's interest in that. User, welcome. We got the Maryland crab cakes. Maryland's all about football and crab cakes, as they say in Wedding Crashers. Utah, the land of the Mormons. Some people say the Mormons are a bit of a cult. Rooster. Here comes the rooster. Don't nobody mess with me. I have a rock. He has a rock just like Dr. Koenig has a rock. And can you smell what the rock is cooking, Rooster? Or in that thin rock meme, it says, can you smell the crack rock cooking? Nene, welcome from Miami, Southern Florida, South Fla. A tornado warning in Michigan, Bethany. That's out of control. But let's hop into this. This channel, this first one is Crime Unresolved. Again, it may or may not be AI. Doesn't really matter. The information is still the information. Then Brian Entin just dropped a video. We're going to go over that. And then Ashley Banfield has a video from earlier today. We'll go over that. And we'll see how things are going from there. Himilda, welcome. Right on, Rooster. No worries. No worries. Christy, welcome. How are you? 87-year-old mother. Wow. Like I said, you all saw my grandmom the other day. 96 years old, about to be 97, May the 4th. Wild. So, let's jump into this here.
There's a gas station a few blocks from the home of Annie Guthrie and Tommaso Cioni. It is not a gas station anyone covering this case has talked about. Inside it is a Bitcoin ATM, the kind where you can buy cryptocurrency, check a balance, or withdraw funds. The ransom notes that were sent after Nancy Guthrie disappeared demanded Bitcoin. The FBI visited that gas station, not the one near Nancy's house, the one near her daughter and son-in-law's house. I found that detail buried in a timeline that nobody has assembled correctly. And once I started pulling it, other things came with it. On January 11th, the same night the suspect appears to have been...
Oh, Tim, thank you so much for the super chat. Hootie snacks on me. You hear that, Shadow? Tim got you a couple bucks of Hootie snacks. Very grateful for that, Tim. So is Shadow. Thank you very much.
And on Nancy's front porch, someone searched Nancy Guthrie's home address online. That search originated from Tucson, not out of state, not through a VPN. Tucson, the same city where Annie and Tommaso live 4 miles from Nancy's front door. The same city where Derek Kayla, the man arrested for sending a ransom text demanding Bitcoin, sent that text not to Savannah Guthrie in New York, but to Tommaso Cioni's personal cell phone. And then I looked at something that has been sitting in this case since day one, that nobody has asked the obvious question about. Nancy's heart medication was on the kitchen counter, untouched. The dose was due at 10 p.m. Tommaso dropped her off at 9:50. The sheriff said she could not survive 24 hours without it. If you are kidnapping someone for ransom, if the entire point is to keep your hostage alive long enough to collect, you take the pills. They are right there on the counter, 5 seconds. They did not take them. I spent the last week going through every
And again, if you're truly going for ransom, it's either you were extremely unprepared and not knowing and didn't factor into the equation that she has medicines, or it just wasn't for ransom and it was a hit. To me, it was a hit, makes much more sense. I mean, they were there multiple days. Chances are they were hired or there was someone close to the family somehow, chances are. So, just another reason why I don't think it was a ransom.
Ransom note. Every demand, every timeline, every detail that has come out about the communications between the people who claim to have taken Nancy and the people looking for her. And what I found is that the ransom theory, the theory this entire case has been built on since Cameron Guthrie said it on the first phone call, does not hold up. It does not survive the medication. It does not survive the notes. And it does not survive the geography. This video is going to show you what killed it. Subscribe and turn on notifications. Let us get into it.
This channel is called Crime Unresolved. And as I've said, I can't make up my mind whether this is an AI channel or not. It might be. But either way, it's the information, still the information, and it's good things to go over for us.
The ransom notes arrived in the first week of February. Multiple notes sent to multiple recipients. And the details of those notes have never been fully assembled in one place until now. The first notes arrived on February 2nd and 3rd, 1 day and 2 days after Nancy disappeared. They demanded $4 million in Bitcoin by 5 p.m. on February 5th. If the deadline was not met, the price would rise to $6 million by 5 p.m. on February 9th. The notes threatened that Nancy's life was in peril and used an or else warning tied to the deadlines. They included a Bitcoin wallet address that was verified as real and on-chain, meaning it was a functioning cryptocurrency account that could receive payments. Here is what was inside those notes that should have been the lead story on every network. The sender included specific non-public details about the crime scene, damage to a floodlight at the property, the exact location of Nancy's Apple Watch inside the house, information that had not been...
Now, if this is true, that the ransom notes obtained or contained information that was not known to the public about floodlights being damaged, exact location of an Apple Watch, that would be interesting. But as far as I know, that has not been confirmed. So I don't know where he got this from. Chat, let me know if I'm wrong about that, but has that been confirmed that they were also in the ransom notes, floodlights being damaged and the exact location of a watch? I don't think that's been confirmed.
Released to the public, information that only someone who had been inside that house on the night Nancy was taken would know. Think about what that means. Either the person who wrote those notes was there, inside the house during the crime, close enough to see where...
So TMZ definitely said that, Rammer? Okay, that's part of the problem then, because people don't believe TMZ, right? So we see if you can find that video where you can find it exactly, Rammer. I want to hear them say that exactly.
Where the Apple Watch was sitting and which floodlight was damaged. Or they received that information from someone who was. There is no third option. You cannot guess the exact location of an Apple Watch inside a home you have never entered.
If those things were common knowledge, no one's talking about it, that they were in the ransom note. That's why I'm mentioning it.
TMZ received one of the primary notes. Harvey Levin described it publicly as structured, well-spaced, with sophisticated vocabulary. This was not a note scrawled on a napkin. It was formatted, organized, written by someone with above-average literacy. And yet the man on the porch, the one in the doorbell footage with the ski mask and the Ozark Trail backpack,
when you make comments like this, are you trying to be helpful or hurtful? Or are you just trying to be a douche? I don't even know if this is AI or not. Why are you being a douche for no reason, my take? You have one chance to respond.
wore his gun holster incorrectly over his jacket, used a potted plant to cover a camera, and displayed the tactical awareness of someone who had never held a weapon before in his life. Those two profiles do not match. The person who wrote the ransom notes is not the person standing on the porch. The intelligence level is different. The skill set is different. The sophistication is different, which means either there are multiple people involved, someone who writes and someone who acts, or the notes were created after the fact by someone trying to build a narrative around a crime that was never about ransom in the first place. Then on February 11th, a different note arrived at TMZ. This one was not from the original sender. It demanded just one.
Also, isn't it interesting, folks, how the people that always make threats, oh, I'm going to unsubscribe, I used to like you, but now you don't, are people that you've never heard from in the chat ever? I don't think that's a coincidence either.
Bitcoin, roughly $66,000 to $77,000 at the time, in exchange for the name of the kidnapper. The sender claimed to be a third party with knowledge, not the kidnappers themselves, someone else. And here is the detail that nobody has unpacked. The sender claimed to have tried to contact family members directly, specifically Annie Guthrie and Cameron Guthrie. Not Savannah, Annie and Cameron, the two siblings who were in Arizona, the two siblings closest to the situation on the ground. Why would a third party with information about a kidnapping try to contact Annie and Cameron instead of Savannah, the one with the public platform, the one with the money, the one whose fame supposedly motivated the crime? Unless the third party believed the relevant information was closer to Annie and Cameron than to Savannah. Unless they believed the answer was not in New York, but in Tucson. On February 18th, another note arrived. Different cryptocurrency this time, not Bitcoin. More graphic, more threatening. Detailed consequences of non-payment. A new crypto address. The FBI contacted Mexican authorities in connection with this note, and then the note stopped. No new public demands since mid-February. 7 weeks of silence from whoever sent them. And then Savannah sat down with Hoda Kotb and revealed something that has been circling this case like smoke with no visible fire. She said one of the notes sounded like an apology. The sender expressed something resembling guilt. They said they did not realize Nancy was so fragile. They did not know her heart was
And that's another suspect part to me. It doesn't sound like the kinds of people that would do this truly have empathy or would be feeling guilt about this, right? I mean, chat, what do you think? Is this person close to a psychopath? Someone with antisocial personality disorder? Certainly someone with impaired empathy, right? No one with a fully functioning empathy system is going to do this, in my opinion. But it's going to be someone that is, at the very least, Machiavellian, but more than likely dark triad or dark tetrad, right? I mean, can you think of a circumstance where that's not true? That it wouldn't be dark tetrad or dark triad? I can't. So, and that guilt in a ransom note like that just doesn't make sense to me. It says it's a ruse. It's just a ruse, is what it sounds like.
that week. I need you to sit with that for a moment. Someone who is cold enough to take an 84-year-old woman from her bed at 2 a.m, in her pajamas, no shoes, no medication, is now writing a note saying, "Sorry, we did not realize she was that fragile." That is not how criminals operate. That is not how kidnappers communicate. In 60 years of documented ransom cases, there is no precedent for a kidnapper sending an apology to the family, explaining that the victim's health complications were unexpected. It does not happen. It has never happened. Because the kind of person who does what was done to Nancy Guthrie does not have the emotional architecture to feel remorse about it, and then put that remorse in writing and send it to the family.
The emotional architecture for empathy. I like that expression. That's a good expression, I think. I'm going to start using that. The emotional architecture for empathy. And again, this channel is called Crime Unresolved. I don't know. He might be using like an AI voice, but I think a human did script this, I think. But it also could be his voice too. I really don't know.
And look at the contradiction between the notes themselves. The first notes are cold, structured, deadlines, threats, escalating payment demands, the language of someone in control. Then the apology note is soft, regretful, almost tender. Those are not the same person. Those are not even the same emotional register. It is like reading a ransom demand written by a boardroom executive and then a sympathy card written by a neighbor. The tone does not match because the author is not the same, or because the purpose is not the same. The first notes were designed to look like a kidnapping for ransom. The apology was designed to provide closure, to give the family a reason to stop looking, to let them believe Nancy died accidentally during a botched operation, rather than deliberately at the hands of someone she trusted. And here is what the timing tells you. The primary ransom notes arrived February 2nd and 3rd, within 48 hours of Nancy disappearing. But the first ransom deadline was February 5th at 5 p.m. That is 4 days after the abduction. If you have a living hostage and you want money, you do not wait 4 days. You establish proof of life immediately. You put the phone to the hostage's ear. You send a photograph with that day's newspaper. You create urgency because urgency is leverage. These notes created deadlines but never produced proof of life. Not once. Not a photograph.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Savannah Guthrie, there's no proof of life, or I'm Annie and Cameron. You're not going to send money without proof of life, right? Why would you? I mean, can you think of a scenario where you would send money without proof of life? In terms of that, I mean, I guess now, if someone said they know the location of Nancy's body, do you think they would pay? Do you think they would pay for that information? I mean, I'm not sure. They might. But press 1 if you think they would pay just to find the location of Nancy's body. Or 2, no, they're not going to do that. I don't know. I really don't know what to think about that. But what do you think, chat?
Not a voice recording, not a video. Nothing that demonstrated Nancy Guthrie was alive when those demands were written. The family responded. Savannah and her siblings recorded video messages. They said on camera, "We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay." Those videos went public. The $1 million reward was announced. And then, nothing happened. No exchange. No instructions for payment. No proof of life. No follow-through. The deadlines passed. The notes stopped. The money sat uncollected. Retired FBI agent Steve Moore said the reward remains unclaimed because the only people with knowledge of what happened are culpable. That is a specific professional assessment. If someone outside the family's circle had taken Nancy for money, the $1 million reward would have cracked the case by now. Someone would have talked. A girlfriend, a cellmate, a drinking buddy who heard too much. In kidnapping for ransom cases involving outside perpetrators, the reward almost always produces a witness. But when the people who know are the people who did it, nobody talks. Because talking means prison, unless the note was not written by a kidnapper, unless it was written by someone who needed the family, and specifically Savannah, to stop looking in a certain direction. Someone who needed Savannah to believe her mother died accidentally during a botched kidnapping, rather than deliberately at the hands of someone she knows. Because an accidental death during a stranger kidnapping is a tragedy. A deliberate killing by someone inside Nancy's circle is something else entirely. And the note, the apology, the "we did not know her heart was that weak," is the only thing standing between those two conclusions. Now the medication, because this is where the ransom theory collapses completely, and it does so on the simplest possible logic. Nancy Guthrie's heart medication was sitting on her kitchen counter on the morning of February 1st, untouched. Her evening dose was due at approximately 10 p.m. She was dropped off at 9:50. The medication was right there, visible, accessible, a bottle on a counter. The sheriff said publicly and on camera that Nancy could die within 24 hours without that medication. Experts have assessed she likely could not survive more than 72 hours. If you are kidnapping someone for ransom, if the entire purpose of what you are doing is to keep this person alive long enough to collect a payment, you take the medication. It is the single most important item in that house for the success of your plan. Without it, your hostage dies and your leverage disappears. You do not need to know what the pills are. You do not need to understand cardiology. You grab every bottle on the counter and you bring them. It takes 5 seconds. You are already in the house. You are already taking the person. The pills are right there. They did not take them. And it was not just the medication. Nancy's phone was on the nightstand. If you are holding someone for ransom, the phone is your communication channel. You use it to prove the hostage is alive. You put it to her ear and make her say a word to her daughter. Or at minimum, you take it so the family cannot track it. They left the phone. They left the purse. They left the cash inside the purse. They left the medication. They took nothing except Nancy. That tells you one of 3 things. Either they did not know Nancy needed medication, which contradicts everything else about the level of planning. 3 weeks of surveillance, cameras neutral.
And I agree with this, right? To not know that she needed medicine, and if it was for a ransom, would have been a massive blunder. And it would have been something they definitely didn't think through well. But considering it's day 62 and they haven't been caught yet, and there's no sign of Nancy, and no promising leads either, for that matter, that leads me to believe, unless they're just extremely lucky, I think they knew what they were doing. I think part of the issue was law enforcement and the former FBI talking about the perp They weren't giving them enough credit. They were like, look at this amateur fool holding up foliage over the nest cam. What an idiot. It's like, well, you guys haven't caught the idiot yet. So,
property layout memorized, flower pots identified and used as tools in the dark. You do not do all of that and miss the pill bottles on the counter. Or they knew and did not care, which means keeping her alive was never the objective. The ransom was either a cover story generated after the fact or a secondary consideration that was never central to the plan. Or they knew and forgot because the plan fell apart inside the house. And this is where the hearing aids become critical. Nancy took her hearing aids out every night before bed, powerful ones. Without them, she was functionally deaf. If the suspect entered the bedroom and gave verbal commands, "Get up, come with me, do not scream," Nancy heard nothing. She could not comply because she could not hear. And if you are standing over an 84-year-old woman in the dark giving orders, and she is not responding, not moving, not doing what you are telling her to do, and you do not know that she is deaf without her devices, frustration escalates fast. A push, a strike, a fall against the nightstand, and suddenly you have blood. That sequence, the hearing aids out, the commands unheard, the escalation, the injury, explains the blood at the front entrance. It explains why the house was immaculate everywhere except the exit point. It explains why the medication was left behind, because the plan collapsed before they ever reached the kitchen. It explains the shift from the back exit to the front.
and that is something we've talked about before too. The doors in the back were propped open, but they didn't exit the back door. We're thinking they exited the front door, right? Because of the blood on the front step. But what could have been the reason for that? Could they were having trouble getting her out the back door? I don't know. I don't really know what the explanation for that is. I'm open to any theories on that, chat. What do you think? Why do you think they left the back doors open, but then maybe went out the front door? Any particular reason? Just less distance from the front door to the car? It could be as simple as that, honestly.
And it explains the apology note. We did not realize she was that fragile, because whoever wrote it is describing the exact moment the plan went wrong. The moment Nancy did not respond. The moment they realized she could not hear them. The moment everything changed. But here's the part that should keep investigators awake at night. If the suspect did not know about the hearing aids, did not know that Nancy could not hear without them, that is a significant gap in their intelligence. They knew the camera positions, they knew the flower pots, they knew the door layout, they knew which weekends Nancy would be home alone, but they did not know about the hearing aids. That suggests one of two things. Either the person gathering intelligence was not the same person inside the house, the architect knew things the operative did not, or the hearing aid detail was something even an insight.
And that's interesting, right? If the person that orchestrated it wasn't the person in the house. Is that possible? But you would think the person who orchestrated it, if it was someone close to the family, they would have known about all this. They would have known about hearing aids. They would have known about the heart medication, pacemakers, all of that, right? Whether she's armed or not. You would think those things would be known if it was orchestrated by someone the family knew.
Might not have known, because Nancy removed them privately in her bedroom and did not discuss her level of hearing loss openly. Either way, the medication logic holds. All three possibilities end in the same place. The ransom theory is dead. You do not leave the medication behind if ransom is your motive. That single detail, a pill bottle on a kitchen counter.
And I agree with that. If your goal is ransom, why leave the heart medication behind? Because you got to think, do you think there was any interaction between them at all, right? Were they saying to her, hey, we're going to take you. If you don't do anything stupid, you won't be hurt. I mean, maybe that's what they would have said if it was a ransom, but I don't think that was the goal, unfortunately, for Nancy. I think the goal was hit on her, so none of that stuff even entered into the equation. They would only say something to the extent that they want to make their own jobs easier and less likely they get caught, right?
Tells you more about what happened in that house than 60 days of press conferences. Now the backpack. Because the contents of that bag have been speculated about for weeks, and nobody has stated the obvious. Watch the doorbell footage again. The Ozark trail pack is full, packed tight. But when the suspect leans forward to grab the potted plant and place it over the camera lens, the bag does not shift to one side the way a heavy load would. It does not pull him off balance. The weight distribution is even and light. Whatever is inside that bag is not heavy equipment. It is not tools. It is not restraints or zip ties or duct tape. The standard kidnapping kit that you see in every documented abduction where the intent is to hold someone.
I mean, what do you think was in the backpack, right? I mean, I don't think it was for taking of items, as far as we know. That's why I think the goal wasn't to take things. It was to take Nancy. But that being said, what was in the backpack? Is there any speculation on what was in it? I mean, there's speculation there was a walkie-talkie. We saw the Mexican carry, as they call it, right? But what else? But by the way, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. Likes help pay for Shadow the Night Owl's Hootie Snacks. Leave your DNA in the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night to talk about true crime and current events a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, being on the autistic spectrum, narcissistic abuse, and narcissistic family systems to give my unique insight on true crime and current events. And most importantly, there's an awesome flock of black sheep here in the comments, in the live chat. Very supportive, encouraging, and eccentric group, but they have some good chuckles. I call it the Chuckle Hut. But come in and say hello. And thank you very much for all the support I've gotten so far.
It looks like something flat and folded. Fabric, a tarp, a sheet, a blanket. If you are kidnapping someone to hold them for ransom, you bring restraints. You bring something to secure the hostage during transport. You bring the tools of captivity. If you are removing a body, you bring a tarp. You bring something to wrap it in so the blood does not transfer to your vehicle, your clothing, your skin. The shape of that backpack, full but light, evenly distributed, no hard edges, is consistent with a flat folded covering material. Not a kidnap kit, a cleanup kit. The kind of thing you bring when you know the person is not coming back alive. Now the flower pots. 3 access points held open on the night Nancy was taken. The back kitchen door, propped with a pot. The back patio door, propped with a pot. The side gate near the garage, propped with a pot. All 3 using Nancy's own flower pots from her own patio, grabbed in the dark, positioned without hesitation, by someone who knew exactly what was sitting on that patio, and exactly how heavy those pots were, and exactly which doors they needed to hold. Ashley Banfield confirmed on her show that the perpetrator used Nancy's flower pots to prop the doors. These were not items brought from the outside. They were tools of opportunity, the kind you grab when you have been on that patio before, when you know the layout from memory, when your hands reach for something in the dark and find it exactly where you expected it to be. Think about the mechanics. The back kitchen door has a security screen that pulls from the left side. The suspect has to pull the screen open, grab a pot, wedge it into position, then push the interior door open and use a second pot to hold that one. 2 doors, 1 threshold, 2 pots, in the dark, under time pressure. That is not improvisation. That is someone who has rehearsed this entry in their mind. Or
That's possible. I mean, do you think they rehearsed that entry using the flower pots, etc.? Press 1 if yes, and 2 if no. And the question again is, do you think they rehearsed the entry through the back doors and knew they were going to use flower pots? Or 2, no, you don't think that was planned. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. But what do you think, chap?
who has walked through it before on a night that did not end with an abduction. The side gate was also propped open. That gate sits next to the garage, the same garage where Tommaso says he watched Nancy enter on the night of January 31st. The gate leads to the backyard and to the back doors. Whoever propped it open was creating a pathway, a corridor from the street through the side gate, through the backyard, through the propped back doors, and into the house. That is not one person making it up as they go. That is a planned route. And here is the question that has not been answered. If the plan was to take Nancy out through the back, and the prop doors and gates suggest exactly that, why is the blood at the front entrance? Something changed. The plan had a route, back doors, side gate, over the wall or through the yard to a vehicle. But something disrupted it. A neighbor reported that their dog woke up and began barking toward Nancy's property in the middle of the night. The same neighbor whose Ring cameras went.
And that part was interesting, right? Someone's dog in the middle of the night was barking at around that time. Unfortunately, no one was called. So now it's too late to do something about that now. But that is something that happened. Dog barking in the middle of the night. And the dog doesn't normally bark at that time. And Colleen from the chat has a very good point. And someone mentioned this to me in my inbox on Facebook. They said, Matt Lauer and Savannah did not get along very well after the allegations against him. So that's someone that Savannah might have been having some beef with, Matt Lauer. Now, that doesn't mean I'm implying him or implicating him in this in any way, but that might be someone that they have a little bit of beef. I don't know.
Went dark on only the side facing Nancy's house. The dog does not normally bark at that hour. It sensed something in the direction of the back of Nancy's property. Movement, a presence, something that should not have been there. If the suspect or suspects were preparing to exit through the back and a dog started barking, the calculation changes instantly. A barking dog wakes people up. People look out windows. People check cameras. The back exit is compromised. Plan B is the front door, through the security gate that was already unlocked from inside, past the doorbell camera that was already disabled, out onto the porch. And on the way through that front doorway, Nancy's blood hits the concrete. The original plan was the back. The blood tells you the exit was the front. And the transition between those two plans, the moment where the route changed, is the moment that tells you something went wrong inside that house. Something that turned a planned operation into an improvised scramble. And whatever that something was, left blood on a porch that was supposed to be clean. Now the house itself. Because a law enforcement source confirmed to News Nation on March 31st what Ashley Banfield's source had reported days earlier. There were no signs of assault inside Nancy Guthrie's home. The rooms were described as immaculate. The word used was immaculate. No overturned furniture, no broken glass, no displaced objects, no evidence of a struggle anywhere inside the residence. The only physical evidence of a crime was the blood at the front entrance and the back doors propped open. Brian Entin said the new information makes sense when you go back to what Savannah said, that when Annie and Tommaso showed up, they were not sure what had happened. Nancy had just vanished. They thought it might have been a medical event, because the back doors were open and it did not make sense. An immaculate house, no struggle, a woman removed in her pajamas with no shoes, her phone on the nightstand, her purse with cash untouched, her medication on the counter, back doors propped open with her own flower pots, blood only at the front exit. That is not what a stranger break-in looks like. That is not what a violent abduction looks like. That is what it looks like when someone who knows the house moves through it with the kind of familiarity that does not leave evidence of confusion. No searching, no fumbling, no wrong turns in the dark. Straight to the bedroom, straight to Nancy, straight out. Now I need to connect two geographic points that I mentioned at the beginning of this video, because in the intro, I told you about the gas station and the Google search as standalone discoveries. Here is why they matter more than I initially realized. The gas station near Annie and Tommaso's house, the one with the Bitcoin ATM, is not just geographically close to where they live. It is on a route. The route between their house and Nancy's house. If you drive from Annie and Tommaso's home to Nancy's home in the Catalina foothills, that gas station is on the way, which means anyone making that drive on the night of January 31st, or any night, would pass it. And anyone familiar with that route would know what is inside, including the machine that accepts the same cryptocurrency the ransom notes demanded. And the Google search on January...
This part's silly, though, because if you know anything about Bitcoin, you don't really need to be withdrawing it from a Bitcoin ATM, right? If you're smart and you don't want to get caught, what you would do is you get Bitcoin and then you disperse it to privacy coins or privacy networks, and you spread it all out. And that way it's much harder to track and you wouldn't be able to get it. So you basically rinse it like a launder. So the fact that there's a Bitcoin ATM in here doesn't really matter to me. That's not the important part. Also, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA in the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Likes help me pay for Shadow the Night Owl. Here's Hootie Snacks.
January 11th does not just originate from Tucson. It originates from a city where the suspect was simultaneously conducting physical surveillance at Nancy's front door. That is two forms of reconnaissance, digital and physical, converging on the same target on the same night from the same geographic area. Whoever searched that address was not in another state reading about Nancy Guthrie online. They were local, they were close, and they were already watching. Now let me show you what happens when you remove the ransom theory from this case. Because once you take it off the table, the landscape changes completely. If it is not ransom, then there was no financial motive from an outside party, no stranger benefit, no reason for someone who does not know Nancy to go through 3 weeks of surveillance, neutralize every camera on the property, and remove an 84-year-old woman from her bed. The crime stops making sense as an outside job. What remains when you strip away ransom is a short list: personal motive, someone who wanted Nancy gone for reasons connected to relationships, inheritance, control, or elimination, or an operation commissioned by someone inside Nancy's circle and executed by someone outside it. The architect and the operative model that this series has been building toward for weeks. And this is where the security gate becomes the most important physical detail in the
That's like the old joke. Ossifer, I'll tell you when I've had enough, Ossifer. I have not been drinking this evening, Ossifer.
Entire case. Nancy had a heavy metal security gate on her front door. A neighbor named Laura, who has the same type of gate, told Brian Entin that when those gates are locked, you are not getting through. You are never going to break into that security gate. Those were her words. That gate cannot be breached from the outside by one person. It is not a lock you can pick. It is not a door you can kick in. It is a barrier that requires someone on the inside to open it. The man on the porch, the one in the doorbell footage, was standing outside that gate. He was not trying to break through it. He was not forcing it. He was standing there, waiting. And then the door opened, from the inside. If the medication on the counter is the detail that kills the ransom theory, the security gate is the detail that proves the insider theory. Someone was already inside that house. Someone who had access. Someone who opened that gate from the interior and let the man on the porch in, or brought Nancy out to him. You do not get past that gate without help from inside. And whoever provided that help is someone Nancy either let in willingly or someone who had their own way in.
So Bretley, I like that. We'll see if we can confirm this. But chat, take a look at this. This is interesting. Good detective work, perhaps. The perp without a backpack prior to the 31st is wearing Adidas shoes, same as what Tommaso was wearing walking down Nancy's driveway with Savannah and Annie. Wouldn't that be interesting? So maybe that's something we should take a look at. Thanks for bringing that to our attention, Bretley.
The geography of this case keeps pointing to the same 4-mile radius. Annie Guthrie and Tommaso Cioni live 4 miles from Nancy's home, a 10-minute drive. They are the last people to see Nancy alive. Tommaso dropped her off at 9:50 p.m. He says the garage door closed behind her. That is the last confirmed sighting. No camera recorded her walking inside. No neighbor saw the drop-off. Everything after 9:50 p.m. comes from Tommaso's account. Then, 14 hours of silence. From 9:50 p.m. to noon the following day, nobody called Nancy. Nobody texted. Nobody drove 4 miles to check on an 84-year-old woman with a pacemaker who had just taken her hearing aids out in a house where the security camera was not recording. 14 hours is an eternity. It is enough time to drive to the house, execute.
I mean, why would they check? Why would they have any idea something was wrong until she didn't show up to her friend's house to watch the remote church? I mean, was there any other indicators that they would know of, Annie and Tommaso? I don't think so. I mean, would they get notified that the Nest Cam was removed? I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think they get notified about that. Would they get notified that her pacemaker is disconnected from the phone? I don't think so. So how would they know? How would they know to check sooner than they did? That's my question.
Transport, clean, and return home before anyone notices. And the only thing required to guarantee that window is to not make a phone call. Annie and Tommaso did not make that phone call. The gas station with the Bitcoin ATM is near their house. The Google search originated from their city. The Derek Kayla ransom text went to Tommaso's personal phone, not to Savannah, not to the FBI, to Tommaso specifically. His bandmate of 19 years, Dominic Evans, has felony convictions for burglary, robbery, theft, and embezzlement, fits the FBI's physical description of the suspect, and lives minutes from Nancy's home. Annie's car, the blue Honda CR-V, was held by investigators for more than 40 days and subjected to what was described as an exhaustive search before being returned. 40 days is not routine. 40 days means they were looking for something specific. And now photographs have surfaced, showing vehicles at Nancy's house with people removing boxes from the property, before Nancy has been declared dead, before a death certificate has been issued, before the case has been closed. I am not accusing anyone. I am mapping the geography. And the geography keeps circling the same address that is 4 miles from Nancy's front door. The body was removed from the house. In cases where someone is killed by a person close to them, the body is almost always taken from the scene. Not to hide the murder, forensic evidence remains regardless. The body is removed to redirect attention, to create the appearance of an outside abduction, to point investigators towards strangers and away from the people inside the house. It is one of the most documented patterns in cases where intimates are responsible. The staging creates a fiction. Someone came from outside, took her, and left. And the fiction holds until you look at the evidence closely enough to see that no outsider could have moved through that house with that level of precision. The ransom notes become part of the staging. They are the narrative layer, the story built on top of the crime, to make it look like something it is not. The first notes contain details only someone inside the house would know. The apology note provides emotional closure designed to stop the family from asking harder questions. The third-party note on February 11th tries to sell information rather than collect a ransom, a fundamentally different motive that suggests someone adjacent to the crime trying to profit from it rather than someone who committed it. And the medication sitting on the counter is the detail that makes the entire fiction collapse, because a real kidnapper takes the pills, every time, without exception, and these ones did not. Now consider who cleared the family. Former prosecutor Matt Murphy said this week that he would bet his bottom dollar the suspect is a known individual, someone already in the Pima County jail system. He called the investigation a clown show. He said the Guthrie family deserves better. And the man who told the public the family was cleared, Sheriff Chris Nanos, is now facing an oath hearing on April 7th over his disciplinary history and resume discrepancies. The Board of Supervisors voted to require him to submit reports under oath because the county government above him has lost confidence in his ability to report honestly without...
I mean, when you look at Sheriff Nanos' past, he shouldn't even have been in his position. Between the assault of the person that was handcuffed with a flashlight, the suspensions, the lies, being late, all of that, it should have been disqualifying, honestly. But he was able to hide some of it, and since the sheriff is a voted on position, they voted him in.
Legal consequences attached. This is the man who denied the existence of a glove the FBI says was found inside the house, who contradicted 4 national news networks about the doorbell photographs, who sent DNA to a private lab in Florida instead of Quantico, who released the crime scene before the FBI finished processing it, who allowed a pool cleaner onto the property, who drew a search perimeter that missed the Strategoulias camera, who disclosed the pacemaker sniffer technology before it finished its search, and who told a local radio station he made no mistakes and has no regrets. That is the investigator who cleared the family, and his own county no longer trusts his word without putting him under oath. The FBI is reducing personnel in Tucson. Former FBI agent Jason Pack said the DNA that does not match Nancy or anyone in her circle is the biggest thread left to pull. He said genetic genealogy broke the Golden State Killer case and has cracked cases far colder than this one. The science is working. The question is whether the results come back before the evidence degrades beyond usefulness. Savannah Guthrie is returning to the Today Show on April 6th, one day before the sheriff's oath hearing.
April 6th. That's Monday, the day after Easter. That should be interesting. We should probably go over that on Monday.
Family is moving forward. The investigation is not. The ransom theory was the first framework placed on this case. Cameron Guthrie said it on the first phone call, before any note arrived, before any evidence was processed. It became the template. The family's public statements, their reward offer, Savannah's videos, all built around the idea that a stranger took Nancy for money. But the evidence has been pulling in a different direction.
Let's see here. Thank you very much for the super chat, Annie. Proud member of the Black Sheep Squadron. I love that too. Also, could also be called the Black Sheep Nation or the flock of black sheep. Thank you very much for this. I appreciate it. Shadow the Night Owl appreciates it as well. He's going to be eating some good hootie snacks tonight, so thank you.
Direction for weeks, and the medication on the counter is the thread that unravels the entire thing. Let me stack everything one more time, because when you see it together, the picture is unmistakable. The medication was left behind. If ransom was the motive, you take the pills. They did not. The backpack contains something flat and folded, consistent with a tarp, not restraints. You bring a tarp to wrap a body. You bring restraints to hold a hostage. The shape of the bag tells you which one this was. The flower pots were grabbed from Nancy's own patio in the dark, by someone who knew exactly where they were. 3 access points propped open. The plan was to exit through the back. Something went wrong. The exit shifted to the front. The blood on the porch tells you the change was not planned. The house was immaculate. No struggle, no forced entry, no disturbance. Someone moved through that house like they had been there 1,000 times. The ransom notes contain details only someone inside the house would know. The Apple Watch location, the floodlight damage.
And I want confirmation of that. I mean, Savannah, what she said in the interview with Hoda, it kind of makes it seem like she agrees, that Savannah agrees the ransom notes contain something that only someone that knew would know, like the inside of the house, because Savannah thought the ransom notes, at least 2 of them, were real. So that was kind of surprising to me. So that might be part of what it is.
Either the writer was there or received that information from someone who was. The apology note contradicts every behavioral profile of a kidnapper. It was designed to provide closure, not to collect payment. Its purpose was to redirect the family's grief away from the people closest to Nancy and toward the fiction of a botched stranger abduction. The February 11th note went to TMZ, claiming to be a third party, and claimed to have contacted Annie and Cameron directly, not Savannah, Annie, and Cameron. The Derek Kayla ransom text went to Tommaso Cioni's personal cell phone, not Savannah's, not the FBI's, Tommaso's. Kayla is connected to the same Tucson music scene as Tommaso. The Google search of Nancy's address on January 11th.
The dude looks like Rufio from Hook, an adult version of Rufio, except he'd been on a few benders, had maybe been like an addict or something. So fast forward, Rufio and Hook, 30 years later.
Originated from Tucson. The gas station the FBI visited, the one with the Bitcoin ATM, is blocks from Annie and Tommaso's house. Not Nancy's house, Annie and Tommaso's. Annie's car was held for 40 days and subjected to an exhaustive search. 14 hours passed between the last sighting of Nancy and the first phone call to check on her. The people responsible for that gap live 4 miles away. And now boxes are leaving Nancy's home before she has been declared dead. Someone took Nancy Guthrie from her home. They knew the property. They knew the cameras. They knew the flower pots on the patio. They knew which doors to prop and which ones to avoid. They moved through an immaculate house without disturbing a single object. They brought a backpack shaped like a tarp. They did not bring her medication. And then someone, possibly the same person, possibly someone connected to them, wrote notes to the media containing details only a person inside that house would know, and demanded payment in Bitcoin to an address accessible from a machine blocks from the home of the last person to see Nancy alive. The ransom theory is dead. What killed it is sitting on a kitchen counter in the Catalina foothills, and what replaces it points somewhere nobody in that family wants the public to look. Someone in Tucson knows what happened. The evidence says they are closer to Nancy than anyone has been willing to say out loud.
And that's a little bit debatable to me. I mean, the people that might have orchestrated it could be in Tucson, but the people who actually did it, I mean, if I did it, I'd be getting as far away from Tucson as possible, right? I'd be in Mexico, South America, Europe, anywhere but by Tucson, because the further you are away, the less likely people are going to be thinking of that case. Outside of the true crime folks that we have all across the world, but unless you're a true crime fan, no one's going to notice. But that's what I would do. I mean, do you think, chat, they're still local? Do you think whoever did this is still in the Pima County area? Press 1 if yes, and 2 if no. And there's two parts of it, right? The people that orchestrated it, and then the people that actually did it. And that's provided those are two separate people, right? But do you think they're in Pima County still? Or do you think they're long gone? Or, and it's even possible, they might be dead. That's a possibility too. But what do you think, chat? 1, they're still local. 2, they are not. 3, something else.
Until now. Subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, leave a comment, and tell me whether the ransom theory survives what you just heard. The next video follows the money, and it leads somewhere specific.
Follows the money, eh?
Nancy Guthrie was a...
So please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Spank that like button. Leave your DNA of choice on the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Got a great group of folks here. Also, super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member or gifting memberships give people access to the members-only live streams. And we have a grand old time in there. This is the most recent video Brian Entin has. It's just a short, but let's see.
Hey guys, so it's day 62 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Hard to wrap your mind around. It's now been more than 2 months since Nancy literally just disappeared from her bed here in Tucson, Arizona. This is the Bring Her Home banner, by the way. It's outside the TV station here where Savannah Guthrie used to work. There's literally like thousands of people who have signed this banner now. But I wanted to give you guys the latest today. Today is Friday. We had our big story with the source close to the investigation who spoke to us. Talked about, you know, how inexperienced the detectives were early on, the fact that they were working on this theory that Nancy walked away, which didn't make any sense, and that there are no suspects. I've reached out to the Pima County Sheriff's Office. I wanted to try to talk to the sheriff again, get his response to some of these things. They are not responding, or at least with a statement, and say the sheriff is not doing any interviews right now, although I have seen him do some local news interviews. So we haven't been able to sort of ask him about some of these things that we learned, but everybody's just hoping that, you know, there'll be some kind of resolution soon, some kind of break in the case. Savannah Guthrie's obviously going back to the Today Show on Monday, and in some ways it just feels like life moves on, but it's hard to just wrap your mind around again that this 84-year-old woman just vanished. So I'll keep you guys posted. Hey guys, so
track here will take you.
hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I appreciate all of your support. Today is day 62 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. It's now been well over 2 months. Been working hard this week in Arizona. I had my interview with the source close to the investigation. You can check out my last couple of episodes. The big headlines there that there's no suspect, really no solid leads at this point. A lot of frustration within the sheriff's office, a lot of frustration about what I'm told were errors made early on in the investigation. I never got a response from the Pima County Sheriff. I was trying to, get a response from him, get a new interview with him, but I was not successful on that front since I've been here in Arizona this week. But in this episode, really interesting. I'm going to take you out into the desert outside Tucson, and really you just drive for 10, 15 minutes and you are out in the middle of nowhere. And there's been a lot of crime out in these very, very desolate desert areas. I'm going to dig into that, some of the things that have happened in the past out there, some of the bodies that have been discovered, and how all of that could possibly connect back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So I'm getting into all of it in this episode. Brian Entin Investigates. I'm joined now by Allison Weiner, News Nation producer, who I work with a ton on a lot of these stories in the Nancy Guthrie story.
News Nation producer Jesse Weber, also with News Nation. Ashley Banfield, formerly of News Nation.
And we've both been at News Nation for a while, and she has a lot of interesting insight into the Nancy Guthrie case. Before I talk to Allison, I want to quickly show you, Allison went out with Bob Krieger, who is the former SWAT team commander in Pima County, out into the desert to get a look at like how you would get out of the area, and also where they've found people hidden before, people have gone missing before, just to get an idea of what it's like out there. So look at this.
So what we're going to do is we're going to drive out to the deserts of Pima County, kind of out specifically to the West Deserts, because if you notice, Tucson's surrounded by mountains on each direction. And once you get on essentially the backside of any of those, that's where the remoteness starts. The biggest area geographically is going out to the west. And out there is where we encounter used to encounter a lot of activity, from smuggling of all sorts, whether it be humans or drugs, things like that, to violent crimes, to body disposals. We unfortunately find a lot of bodies out there throughout the year, but specifically in the summer months when people are crossing and they don't know what to expect of the hot deserts. So it's just a ton of stuff going on out there, and it's just so vast. And a lot of times, you just can't find what you're looking for, even if you have very specific locations, and it takes time. And that's really what we're going to do today, just kind of go out there and get a feel for it, and specifically go to some areas that I have firsthand experience with, where crimes have occurred, bodies have been found, and things like that. Some of these roads, when I used to work out here, they were like super highways for criminal activity.
Yeah.
Whether it be people or drugs.
Just take a look around and see where we're going. We're out here in the desert, and the trees are like higher than you are. And then there's a little path behind you. Here's where we drove the car to, and they're over my head and over Bob's head.
We are technically on Saguaro National Monument, but it is what it is. You see the trees. We're starting to get into hilly areas, all kinds of brush that's easily, you can easily hide in, leave things at, get out of sight very, very quickly. And right now we're only, probably less than a half mile from the main road. This little track here will take you 100 miles south and get you into Mexico if you want. In my time with the Sheriff's Department, I supervised our border crime unit for almost 5 years. And we basically lived in this area of the county. From the start of our shift to the end of our shift, we would be out here looking for all the criminal activity that goes along with just being this close to the border. This unfortunate.
So the thing about this episode is it's kind of about crime in general, not exactly Nancy's crime. I actually think it'd be more relevant to watch Ashley Banfield's video first, as I think about it. And then maybe Nancy Grace.
That time I have that I've assembled. Hi, everybody. I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. It's nice to have you here. It is Friday as I record this. It is April 3rd, and this is day 62 of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I got a couple of things I want to share with you. First and foremost, there's been a lot of talk among the true crime community about some internet chatter, some photographs of the blood droplets outside of Nancy's front door. Brian Entin from News Nation, Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital, both were able to capture those images early on, I think around day 2 or day 3. And if you zero in very, very closely on one of those droplets, does that look like a shoe print? Does it look like a partial shoe print, a transfer print, or an impression? It's a really good question. And I have been following along with all your comments as well.
Do you think that was a shoe print, chat? Press 1. Let's show you again. Do you think this was a shoe print?
impression. You zero in very, very closely on one of those droplets. Does that
look like a shoe print, chat? Press 1 if you think so, and 2 if it doesn't. So some people think it is. Bella says no. Interesting. So a bunch of people think it is. Very interesting.
look like a shoe print? Does it look like a partial shoe print, a transfer print, or an impression? It's a really good question. And I had been following along with all your comments as well and looking at it. And finally, I decided I think it's time to bring in the experts on this. And I've assembled 3 very, very good blood experts. They're experts in spatter, in CSI, in crime scene investigation, evidence recovery, all those kinds of things. But specifically, they have a lot of savvy when it comes to blood evidence. And so I'm going to ask all of them, what are your thoughts about these images? Does it tell you that it's a sneaker? And some of you have talked about it being a cloud sneaker. And some of you have said it's not that at all. But I always want to turn to the experts. So in a moment, you're going to hear.
Mike, thank you very much for the super chat. Blood planted on porch, back door open, they gone. Yes. Now, so you think it was planted on the front porch? I'm not ruling that out. It is kind of odd they let it happen. But what do you think, chat? Do you think it was planted? Do you think the blood was planted on the front porch? Or do you think it just occurred and they just didn't care and said, screw this. We're not going to bother cleaning it up. So press 1 if you think it was planted, and 2, no, it was not planted. Thank you for the super chat, Mike. I appreciate it.
From 3 experts that I've assembled in blood evidence, Dr. Peter Valentin, as well as Dr. Laura Petler and Dr. Ken Kinsey. And they will have, I think, varying opinions. Super interesting. I've heard varying opinions. And so I can't wait to share that with you. Also, a couple of things as well that have happened just in the last few days. So Brian Entin had a really interesting report on News Nation. He talked to a guy in silhouette with his voice altered because this person's still on the sheriff's department force, right? But the person was very, very critical of not only the sheriff, but also some of the people who were assigned to work the case. Now, if you saw our episodes earlier this week and last week, you'll see that I actually broke news about the lead investigator assigned to the case had only 2 years as a homicide detective under his belt. That was very distressing to hear that. And since that time, I have learned as well that that lead investigator with only 2 years of homicide experience under his belt also didn't even attend every daily briefing.
I mean, that's different than what we were told. I mean, weren't we told that the person had no homicide experience? The person who was supervisor had no homicide experience? That's a little bit different than 2 years experience, right? So which one is it? Is it he had no homicide experience, or they had 2 years experience? And then the next question would be, okay, regardless of homicide experience, did they have missing persons experience? I don't know. Whoever is being told this, it warrants some follow-up questions, in my opinion.
Don't know why. I don't know how they work their cases. Maybe there's a good reason for it. Maybe he's out in the field. I don't know. But that was sort of an eye-opener to me.
I hear you, Ashley. I hear you. Mike, thank you very much for the super chat. Does Ashley still think it was one person? I think Ashley thinks it was more than one, right? I think Ashley thinks it was more than one is what I think. I definitely think it was more than one. I think Ashley does too. But thank you, Mike, for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Because that on top of Brian Entin's reporting last night from this law enforcement source he interviewed was that the homicide sergeant who oversees the whole department, right? Oversees the lead detective, is a guy who'd never worked a homicide before he showed up at Nancy Guthrie's front door. Also weird. From what we understand, this guy's not a rookie cop, right? It's not that he's never been a detective. It's just that he hadn't worked homicides. The way it works is many officers will work in different divisions within a department, a sheriff's department, and they'll work their way up to homicide. Like they'll work in burglaries and violent crime, maybe gang, also sex assault divisions, and then will eventually, work their way up to what's considered to be sort of the pinnacle, which is homicide. So hearing that the sergeant overseeing the homicide division didn't have any homicide cases under his belt, that's distressing. And then to hear that news of mine added to that the lead detective assigned to the case, 2 years under his belt, that's worrisome as well. And I'm also learning that he didn't even want to be there, that lead detective. So yikes, talk about a confluence of not very good circumstances, right? Not only that, but Brian Entin learned a few other things that are interesting. He said, his source told him that almost immediately the sheriff and the investigators focused in on this being a missing person. I get that. I do get that. This is an elderly woman, 84 years old, missing, and the back door is open. So could that have been someone who wandered off? Sure. Oftentimes that is, right? Then you get a silver alert, those kinds of things. But there's a lot of criticism from this veteran officer, the source that Brian interviewed, saying that there was like laser focus on her being a missing person in those first few critical hours. Yeah. That was a misstep. There's blood on the front walk, right? And my source says blood on the inside as well of the front entrance of the house. The back door's propped open with flower pots. And
I'm not so sure about Ashley's source in some of these, because it is now a direct contradiction with what Brian Entin's source is saying. Brian Entin's source is saying there is no evidence of a struggle inside the house, no sign of an assault in the house. That would mean no blood on the front door, inside the front door, right? Isn't that what that means? But Ashley Banfield's source says something different. So I'm not sure what to think about that. Chat, what do you think about that?
So is the gate, the back gate, propped open flower pots, according to my sources. And at this point, of course, they don't know about the guy on the doorbell cam. That doesn't come for well over a week later. So they don't have that, but they do see you should see a missing doorbell camera. There's a bracket there. Maybe inexperienced officers wouldn't notice that. They just see a bracket and not know what that is, or it would just not, you wouldn't think of it. I don't know. In any case, we do know one thing, and that is that the sheriff on February 2nd, easily 24 to 30 hours after Mrs. Guthrie disappeared, had changed his tune and said publicly that they'd thrown all their assets at this, right? But that they're drawing back the assets, that they now think it's a crime. And that Mrs. Guthrie is sharp as a tack. She didn't just wander off. She couldn't wander. She couldn't walk more than 50 yards, I think he said, without assistance. So we know that at least a day later, he had changed his tune to know that there was a likely crime. And they'd called in homicide. But the source talking to Brian Entin in his report said the first instincts of the folks who'd arrived was that this was a missing person. I know from my sources that at least one of the officers who'd arrived there early said to the patrolman, this is something far more serious. Get out and don't compromise the scene. So maybe there's like a disconnect between what the sheriff thinks and what his department thinks, the guys on the ground, right? No matter what, it's problematic because the first few hours are so critical in a missing persons case. We do know that at least 30 hours later, he's laser focused on it being a crime scene. And we know from my source on day 3 that he's got a laser focus towards family members. Again, not weird that you look at family members in most missing person cases, if not all, you start there. Okay. It's also really interesting if you think about it, because a couple weeks ago, the sheriff said during one of his rare TV interviews with cherry-picked, outlets, we know why he was here. And we've known since day one. That really just doesn't square with what Brian's source is saying. what the sheriff said the next day, and then what the sheriff said just a few weeks ago, that he could strike again, the man who's out there. Because, on day 2, February 2, the sheriff said there's no concern out there for the community. The community's not at risk. And those are my words, but effectively his message. But then, day 50-ish, she's saying, yeah, this suspect could strike again. So we've known since day 1. Hey, don't get me started. Also want to say that Brian's source said, felt that the scene may have been mishandled, felt that the morale inside the sheriff's department is low, not irreparable, wants the sheriff to step aside, and that still there's no suspect. So lots of breaking information. One area of discrepancy that, and I'm reading a lot of your comments as well on Brian's reporting and my reporting. I had a source on day 3 that told me there was blood inside the house. Also told me the Nest cams were smashed, and we learned they were Nest cams. We learned they're gone. Said that the sister's car was towed. That panned out. Said that the back door is wide open. That also panned out. And the report was that there was blood inside the house from that source. Later, second law enforcement source told me not only was there blood inside the house, that the pattern of the blood inside the house matched the pattern of the blood outside the house. Third law enforcement source that I spoke with said that blood actually replicated right over the threshold of the front door, meaning it's inside in her front hallway and outside on the front stoop. And
I will say it's kind of annoying that all of their sources say different things. And between Sheriff Nano's contradicting both of them, Ashley and Brian, and then Ashley's source contradicting Brian Entin's source, kind of just, it's annoying. Kind of rubs me the wrong way. I mean, honestly, as I've always said, I trust Brian Entin first and foremost in the case until something else makes me not trust him. But that hasn't happened yet, so I would trust him.
And so Brian has a source saying there's no blood at all in the house. I can't square that because I don't know his source and he doesn't know mine. And so this happens in reporting. Sometimes wires get crossed. Sometimes those wires get crossed with our sources as well. Still working to square that. It is not easy to cultivate sources, I'm telling you, in these stories, but still working to square that out. But again, I got 3 different law enforcement folks that have said that. And I'm still working it to get more. But also want to tell you about some things that Michael Ruiz was reporting. They don't bode well for the sheriff again. And the sheriff's really, really struggling. He's under a recall effort right now. And the Pima County Board of Supervisors, apparently, according to Michael Ruiz, looked for legal advice into how to address allegations of perjury that they say the sheriff committed. Yeah, lying under oath. That's not good. It's also illegal. And it's also something that many have said he would never have qualified for a law enforcement job in the state of Arizona had the hirers known about that and about a past of alleged missteps in his disciplinary record. Let me clear it up. So he's accused of lying about his past, about his disciplinary record as a law enforcement officer. He said allegedly he'd never been suspended on the job, but public records say otherwise, right? The public records indicate he was suspended actually for multiple different weeks early on in his career, like in the 70s and 80s. And the things that he's alleged to have been suspended for, according to the public records.
So B, that's a good question. So the only other Nest Cam footage they got was thumbnails from another Nest Cam. There was a Nest Cam on the side of the house and by the pool. Now, the thumbnail images were not from the day of the abduction, though, but they got thumbnails. What was in those thumbnails? We don't know. But that was the closest they got, which was kind of disappointing because there still might have been Nest Cams in the house, too, but we just don't know. And they didn't get any footage from it. I mean, ideally, one in the house would have been humongous. They would have, if they had a security system, there would have been something they saw, right? That's something to think about with the Rob Reiner case. There was probably almost certainly security cams in that house that saw something. That's something to remember. But also, yes, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA in that like button. They help me pay for Shadow the Night Owl's Hootie Snacks. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Excessive force, coming to work late, failure to report for duty, and firing a gun inappropriately. Those are not small. I will say that many police officers have, disciplinary records. It's not always unusual. Look, people hate being, dealt with by cops, and so oftentimes they'll complain. So it's not always unusual to have a disciplinary record, but what is unusual is if you don't say under oath that you have it when you're being asked. So this is the allegation from the Pima County Board of Supervisors at this point, trying to figure out if these allegations of perjury are accurate and what to do about it. That's separate and distinct from the recall effort. So I think Sheriff Nanos is really feeling the heat, and now hearing these reports saying the allegations are you're installing your friends in positions where people of experience need to be. Right? You don't reward your friends who aren't experienced or don't have the chops to take leadership roles in, say, the homicide division. That's problematic. And did that cost the Guthrie investigation, especially in those first critical weeks? I think that's a really valid question to ask. And I think it should be asked. In any case, task force is still at work. We're day 62. Again, I'm recording this on Friday, April 3rd. And the task force is being pretty quiet. It's comprised again of 5 or 6 Pima County homicide personnel, and then don't know how many FBI agents who are based out of the Tucson office. They're all apparently working in the Tucson office, from what we're told. And whatever it is they're doing, things are quiet. Last I heard, and if you saw an episode of mine a while back, the quote was, "We ain't got shit." And there's Brian also reporting that there's still no suspect. I mean, at this point, it feels obvious, right? But man, it's hard to hear that, because going into month 3, that is painful, especially for the Guthrie family. I'm going to stop there and just say again, it's never too late to think back about February 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, Feb 10, Feb 20, all of these dates, right? It's never too late to think about, did stuff go weird with someone you know? Were they behaving in a really weird way? Because if somebody did this, then they're going to behave weird. It's real hard to be normal after you do this kind of stuff. And it's real hard to cover your tracks if you're out all night, because this guy had to be out all night, right? You cannot get into someone's house, bust off a camera at 1:47 a.m., be separating her from her pacemaker at 2:28 a.m., ostensibly have her in your vehicle at that time, and then somehow do something, whether it's take her alive back to someplace or take her not alive and do something about that. That's going to take all night. So do you have someone who on February 1st, Sunday, and February 2nd, Monday, was behaving really weird and can't account for their time? Think about it. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Were they acting weird on the phone? Were they acting weird on text? Even if you don't live in the Tucson area, were they behaving in a weird way in those days and the ensuing days? And then let me ask you this. 8 or so days later, when that video came out, that person was acting weird because that person got nervous. That person figures they got rid of the camera. They didn't know that we were going to see them, presumably. So they might have been acting real weird around Feb 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Was somebody acting weird? 1-800-CALL-FBI. It's these tips that lead to solutions. Did your boyfriend recently jilt you and was doing weird things on those dates? Might be time to talk. There's $1.2 million in reward money. I'm just going to keep repeating that. 1.2 million reasons to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. $1.2 million. Is he worth it? Is he worth it to you? I say the money's worth it. Do the right thing. All right. So now to the main event, so to speak. I really wanted to get to the bottom of all the conversation that everyone's been having about that, so to speak, blood stain that looks like a shoe print, maybe. I'm not going to say one way or the other because I do not have the training. But I look at pictures like you do. I zero in on the pictures like you do. I check the cloud sneakers like you do. And I'm curious, about those prints. And I just so happen to have a handy dandy, kind of dirty.
Now, there was someone we listened to before. I think it was on a TMZ interview with that younger guy interviewing the woman that said there was a handprint in the blood. That's the only time I've heard that. But that one person did say that. So now Ashley here is talking about a footprint, but that one person said a handprint. That was interesting.
This is Chris's cloud sneaker, and I grabbed it. Didn't ask. I think he works in these. They are really dirty. Anyway, and please don't think that those are blood stains. They're not. It just looks like that. They're kind of, there's like a color pattern all the way up. I think that's the color pattern on the sneaker itself. Can you see that? I don't know. Like that weird color goes all the way up. Ick. Anyway, so I wanted you to see the pattern along the back, right? And I'm going to tip it this way so you can see the pattern on the bottom. I also want you to see something really important. Can you see right here, this little thing? That's a stone. Yeah, that is a stone, and the stones often get stuck in there. It's super important because whatever gets stuck in the tread of a sneaker really helps forensic investigators, because especially if that stone stays there for a while. And
yes, it is. This would probably be a slow news day, but other cases aren't getting that much traction either. The big ones were the Duggars and then the Koenig case from yesterday. I mean, now the Richens case, Corey Richens, is waiting for sentencing. There's the OnlyFans murder. They got a few things in the pipeline here.
it happens to be in the perpetrator's closet, still jammed into their shoe, and it left that mark. Like I'm going to jam it back in there. And if it leaves like a mark, you know, with the stone pattern, I remember a case I covered, God, when was it? Ages ago, where the stone patterns in the shoes were still there when they got the perp's shoes, and it matched the bloodstains. So anyway, I want to talk to my bloodstain experts about the pattern, the size of the drop versus the size of those treads. And my husband's like a size, I think 10 and a half, 11 or so, I think. And I don't know what size that guy's shoe. Yeah, size US 11. I don't know what size that guy's shoes were, but we know that they're almost the size of a tile, maybe just a little more than 2/3 the size of a tile from the video. So, you know, it's worth asking the experts, and that's what I did. And let me tell you something really interesting. As you watch these interviews coming up, know this: they do not all agree. They have differing viewpoints on what you're looking at in that blood pattern. When a loved one dies unexpectedly, families often count on life insurance to help with the financial fallout. But Associates, LPA, is actually an internationally recognized leader in staged death investigation. First of all, I love that title.
Staged death investigation. That is interesting. Also, please remember, Super Chat's a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Same with Super Stickers, and same with buying memberships or gifting memberships. That gives you access to the members-only live streams. And again, I go live almost every night at a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern to talk about true crime and current events.
Also expert in forensic reconstruction methodology and advanced forensic investigation. Here's my conversation with Laura. Dr. Petler, there's been so much back and forth on the internet about the blood stain, and in particular, one that looks, if you zero real close in, could look like a shoe print, maybe even a cloud sneaker. When you look with your expertise, what do you see?
I see blood stains that are passive in nature and inconsistent with a beating, inconsistent with an injury happening there. It could be a transitional location. It's a waypoint. You know, blood doesn't lie, but it needs to be interpreted with a tremendous amount of responsibility. And it's always best, actually, to be ultra conservative when interpreting blood stains, because we're looking at this way after the fact. So it's important to recognize what pictures we're using to analyze these bloodstains versus what might be photographs that might have been captured actually during the crime scene investigation.
That's a huge point to make, that these are pictures the media took. These are not the pictures that hopefully the crime scene analysts took at the
With
front door. I can
scales.
only assume. Yeah, all of that
Yes.
about, like, media wasn't there in those first 12 to 48 hours. I think that the reporters, Michael Ruiz and Brian Entin, were there about 60 hours after the fact. We'll get into why that's significant in a moment.
Okay.
And so it's really clear that, I'm asking you to look at media pictures, not crime scene analysts' photographs. So with that, and with your, very conservative look, being that nobody should have overreach when they do this, do you see what a lot of people on the internet are seeing? And that is a shoe print.
No, I don't see a shoe print. I think
So the bloodstain expert disagrees that it's a shoe print. But let's see what this is here. All right, circling the foot. Let's see.
that you could have some type of impression there. It could be consistent with a shoe print. You do have something like right in front of it as well. But to overstate that it's like consistent with a shoe, I can't do that as a scientist. I can't even say that it's a transfer. And that's basically what we're asserting here. So like if people are on the internet are talking about the shoes being worn by the suspect in comparison to this particular blood stain, there's a whole scientific process that has to happen in order for that to be proven, either for that hypothesis to either be supported or refuted. And
Mike, thank you very much for the super chat here. The blood front porch planted and inside the door. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I kind of think, though, that it's just that they didn't care. They just did what they did. And then it was ballsy of them, though, right? If they noticed the blood and then didn't do something to clean it up, they were taking a big chance that none of their DNA was there, right? Maybe they thought, well, stopping to clean it up would actually create more DNA and more chances for us to get caught. Maybe that's what they thought. I don't know. But thank you, Mike. We got another one from Sharon here. Thank you very much for the super chat, Sharon. This whole case doesn't make sense, to which I would agree. I think the toughest part about it is it's the motive. Right? People are unclear about the motive. I think it was a punishment/revenge against Savannah Guthrie, maybe rooted in envy of sorts. But when people don't see a clear motive, it becomes confusing for people. And then no arrests, no suspects. It makes your head spin, doesn't it? Day 62. Thank you, Sharon.
One of the things that I can tell you and I have the pictures pulled up on my screen next to where we're recording here. So I'm looking at the photo, and in the photo, if you had that much volume on the bottom of that shoe, not only would you consider possibly having an impression in that tile, but it might trail off as you go. So if you consider, like, dip your hands in paint and then walk them down a wall. When you start at the beginning of the wall, it's going to be heavy in paint because you just dipped your hands in paint. But as you continue walking your hands, pressing your hands down the wall, you have less paint and less paint and less paint and less paint on your hands. So in order to have like that volume, imagine how it has to be, the blood must have to be adhered to the bottom of the shoe in order for it to actually stamp a pattern onto the tile. And then is that all the blood? We don't have any blood before it. We don't have any.
We got a new member of the flock of black sheep here. Her name is Rachel, and now she has access to the members only live streams. So everyone, welcome Rachel to the flock of black sheep here. We have an awesome group, very supportive and encouraging. A lot of survivors of narcissistic abuse here too. Also a lot of true crime fans here as well. So thank you again.
Blood after it?
There's no second
We don't-
stamp, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like it would be trailing off to me. Now, that is under a normal circumstance of like if somebody steps in blood and then, it's very normal in crime scenes for us to see this pattern.
Say, Mike, thank you for this, Mike. Thank you for the super chat. No prints on top of blood on porch, walk, back door. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there is, right? That one woman said there might have been a handprint, but it certainly wasn't obvious if so. They definitely should have taken the doormat, though, but they didn't. And then they opened up the crime scene too soon. Even though that one person Ashley was talking to didn't agree, I disagree with him. I say, no, let the FBI come in and do their thing. They have better equipment. They have more experience. What do you have to lose by letting them do their thing? Thank you again, Mike.
Where you step in blood and then you walk through it and then it trails off as you're walking. And so for me, when we only have one little piece of what can be, for me, just several blood stains, it's the same. It actually, to me, it's almost maybe like the same pattern as we have in the photo before where you have blood into blood. It could be blood into blood. It could be a transfer, but without more information, without measuring it, without seeing it perpendicular. So you'd have to have photography directly over top of it and things like that. And then standards and testing, it would be impossible to render an opinion on if it's consistent with a shoe at this point.
What if that was all you got? I mean, do you know how you deal with the case you're given? It's not the case you would design. If you could design it, we'd solve everything.
Right.
But
Right.
if this is all you had, the naked eye looks at shapes, right? At those curvatures, they look like they're semicircle, 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 then a big break, and then behind it, a repeat of the semicircles. And that doesn't look, for lack of a better word, natural. It almost looks like it wouldn't,
That's
like
right.
blood can't fall perfectly in a pattern. So what does that tell you?
Right. So like the target surface is the most important thing to consider here. And so you see some other blood stains that are right beside it that are round in nature.
Those are the two on either side?
Yes, on either side of it. They're very round in nature, meaning that the source that was bleeding is above that area and the blood is only being, so when blood leaves that bleeding source, all the cells go in and they're basically a round ball like this, and they travel through the air in a spheroid, looks just like a volleyball or any other ball, and they travel through the air in a spheroid, and then when they impact a surface, especially a hard non-porous surface, they spread out. But when you have this type of a texture, they can become, yes, the tile, when you take into consider the fact that it's like made out of clay, it's made out of some type of rock, stone, those types of things, it may not be exactly smooth. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blood stains coming out at the same time, drip, 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 8, 9, 10, something like that in the same area, and they're all falling at the same time, that can create a pattern that might look like this too. Could it be a transfer of a bloodied object?
Oh, we got a super chat here from Sharon. Thank you very much for this, Sharon. Remember when the white thing that was around the door, they were getting the DNA from the rug? That's why they didn't take it with them. The white thing that was around the door. Not the Nest Cam, but something else. They're getting the DNA from the rug. You mean when they held up the white sheet or something? Is that what you mean? I mean, I'm not sure I follow. But you're saying that's the reason why they didn't take the rug? Maybe. I mean, I don't see what it could hurt to try. That's what I would think. But thank you for the super chat, Sharon. I appreciate that. And Lisa, thank you very much for becoming a member, Lisa. You now also have access to the members-only live streams. And if anyone can help me out with what Sharon said, please do.
Basically stamping the blood on a non-bloody object, which would be the tile. Yes, it can be. but without further investigation and better photography, it would literally be impossible to tell, because the angle of the lens when you're taking a photograph like this, it can make it look very different than it does when you're looking at it straight down.
So answer me this if you can. I get the shape of the 3 blood drops that are directly around this little, what looks like a print pattern, might not be a print pattern,
Yeah.
but it looks like it. What else would cause blood to be in the pattern that we're looking at if it's not a stamp?
It would multiple drops falling at a very in a very short period of time and landing in each other while it's still wet. So if you go back to the other photograph where it looks more spattered or looks more broken up, there's another photograph where it looks a bit more broken up. That's more consistent with a pattern we call blood into blood. So this is more, these are larger drops. They're about the same size droplets as probably the ones on the outside, the ones that.
So I'm zooming in on the picture from the guy on the Nest Cam. It looks more like sneakers to me than it does boots, but the footage is grainy and his pant leg kind of like covers some of the back, but it looks more like sneakers to me is what it looks like.
We see that are skeletonized, and skeletonized actually means that the peripheral edge, we can see the peripheral edge around where the original blood stain impacted the target surface. So when blood hit the tile, it starts to dry. Blood dries under normal circumstances, within about 16 minutes after it leaves the body. So then as it dries from the outside in to the center. And then after it dries, after a period of time, and I've seen this, countless times in 25 years, the center of the stain will often lift from the surface of the target surface, which in this case is the tile. It curls like a wave and then blows away. And a lot of times that's because there's dirt on that surface, there's grease on that surface, there's some other type of material in between the actual target surface and the blood can't stick to it. But in this case, the blood did stick. It did stick in the center. We don't see any skeletonization, except if those areas where you see where there's no blood are those actual areas of flaking, like we see in the other 2 blood stains that are beside it. So like it could be consistent with the drying element of under normal circumstances, and then the pieces that are missing could have blown away.
I'm super interested that you say the skeletonizing, the flaking, because like I said, I think that I'm going to give a really rough estimate here, but I think these videos by Michael Ruiz and Brian Entin were taken around 60 hours after Nancy disappeared. And in that 60-hour time, lots of things happened. There presumably was a sizable number of agents and sheriff's deputies and patrolmen and homicide response team, ERT, evidence response team members. I don't know how many people might have just walked over it. To me, that sounds crazy. You see blood, you avoid it, you tape it off. But I don't know that at the beginning, they didn't see it. They showed up to what they thought was a missing woman. They knocked on the door, stood there, walked around, talked, looked around the front, were stepping in, and maybe didn't notice it right away. So it's possible that this has been walked on.
I would actually grid this whole thing off on the front porch. Yes, we have these beautiful tiles that could act as help, you know what I mean? To help understand the size and the shape of the suspect's shoes and, how he walks and all that stuff. But I would actually grid these off into areas. So, all these different blood stains on the porch would be labeled. So if we had area 1, area 2, area 3, area 4, area 5, because that's kind of what I see in the video. Say we have 4 to 5 areas. Within those areas, Ashley, every single one of those blood stains would have been labeled for me. So say the photograph that we're talking about with the alleged impression or the potential impression. Let's say that's area 2. So the blood.
Sharon, thank you very much for becoming a member, Sharon. Everyone should welcome Sharon to the flock of black sheep here. We have an awesome Black Sheep Nation. You now have access to the members-only live streams too, which is cool. So we look forward to seeing you there.
To the left would be area 2, bloodstain 1. The one in the middle would be bloodstain 2, bloodstain 3, bloodstain 4. So there's 4 different things that we're looking at in area 2. So the first one's a skeletonized stain. The second one, is it a transfer, or is it actually like 6 drops of blood dropping in the same area? And then the third one would be, again, a skeletonized stain. And then the fourth one appears to be maybe a drip pattern, or again, it looks like it almost could be skeletonized, then ran downward, maybe a flow pattern, maybe some type of other activity after the deposition of blood. So as experts, when we write this down, we would say something to the effect of, the bloodstain number 1 in area 2 is consistent with a passive drop that impacted a hard non-porous surface. And after the period of drying, the center appears to have been removed by either flaking, wind, or some type of disruption, like what you're talking about, somebody walking through it. Now, in the crime scene, like you said, let's block it all off. Let's tape it all off. Let's mark all the blood stains, photograph them from a macro to micro standpoint. Overall, mid-range, close up with scale. We don't know if they did that or not because we're not inside the investigation, but that would be the appropriate way of handling this. So hopefully those kinds of photographs exist so they can be compared to shoes.
Right. That's what I was going to say. And you think with all that, you could do
compare
a
it
really
to shoes.
Solid comparison.
Send
to not
it
just
to
this
somebody
cloud, but to any kind of sneaker.
Right. I mean, you send it to like someone like Leslie Hammer up in Alaska, or another footwear impression expert that is really, really good at impression evidence. And, ask them, does this look like a shoe, an impression? And what we would call that scientifically would be a transfer, because the shoe has to have come through blood, and then the blood has to stick to the bottom.
Did you see that?
Then after they walk.
Did you see that? That was a picture of the boot. This is a different shoe, though. Where is this freaking picture? Look at this. Well, actually, no. That does look like the sneaker-ish that I saw in the picture. When I saw the picture, the guy's further down. But it doesn't look like a boot. That doesn't look like a boot. It's harder to tell from this angle from the other angle I saw.
Shoe has to have come through blood, and then the blood has to stick to the bottom. Then after they walk over to this location, the blood then has to, be deposited. But, I'm not sure if people are thinking it's the edge of the shoe, the center of the shoe. Do you know that for sure?
Well, I think everybody's just talking about the semicircles seem to match a lot of what a cloud shoe would look like. And look, I'm sure there's a lot of other sneakers as well. But I do want to say this, Laura. We're a quarter of a tile away from the welcome mat. And so is it possible, if this is a shoe print, this initial hands in the paint, nice and dark, and then the next step is over on the mat where everything else is wiped away, so you don't get a second impression anywhere? That's correct, Ashley. So then that way, you would want to use alternative light sources, potentially lasers, potentially reagents, like Blue Star Forensic, or because it's black, you wouldn't want to use Amido black. It's not going to show up, but you would want to bring that latent blood up on that mat. So you would darken that entire area with like contractor bags or some kind of black curtains and darken that area. Set the camera up to have a very low f-stop, which means that the shutter's going to stay open a long time, and then start spraying these things on the mat. They could also do that in a laboratory setting.
And I mean, the interesting part about the blood would be, right, if you find DNA, if you find hair, if you find saliva, right, of the perp, that's the interesting part. Not that it's Nancy's blood, but if you find the other DNA, that's the most interesting part. And Shadow told me a secret. He said that, Jared, We need more likes because I'm a little fearful my Hootie snacks are going to run low. So please make sure you like the video for Shadow, subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Revenge of the Black Sheep, or Black Sheep Nation, or the Black Sheep Squad, whatever you want to call it.
I would probably do it there as well to put it in context with the other blood stains, and then of course send that mat to the lab. But
Well,
the mat's still there, so the mat didn't get
happen.
collected. Yeah,
No, it
I would
sure
have collected.
didn't.
Sharon, thank you very much for the super chat. Sorry, I meant the white tent, and you can see them bending down near the rug, and that's where they got the DNA. That is true, right? They did use that tent there. They also used a tent at the car, the Range Rover. Was it a Land Rover or Range Rover? I can't remember. But it was a Rover, and they covered the sheet. We don't even know what they're even doing there. But yeah, they might have been doing that there, Sharon, for sure. I still don't know why they didn't just take the whole thing, but maybe they felt like they didn't need it. Like that they got what was good, I guess. I guess, right? But thank you very much for the super chat, Sharon. I appreciate it.
I personally would have collected the mat, myself, but I tend to be on I am one of those people that is what if. We can always release the evidence later if we don't need it, but we have one shot, one search warrant, one opportunity to get this crime scene right. So let's take everything and then decide, because if they hadn't done full victimology by this point in the investigation, there's no way to know what pieces of evidence were important yet and what weren't.
Do you think that tent that went up outside the front door, I think it's FBI who mostly came and put that tent up, I think almost 2
Sharon, how about that? Look at this, Sharon. Perfect timing. There's the tent. There's our white tent.
weeks after
We got some smart black sheep in the chat here, so.
the disappearance. Do you think that that's what they were doing, trying to black out, measure, spray, do all that?
It could be. It could be. Yeah, it definitely could be. If it was right there at the front door, I remember that now that you're mentioning it, there was like a white tent right there at the front door. It does sound like that maybe potentially for what they were doing, processing the front porch.
And we also know they brought in measurement tools, height boards and everything as well. So they were probably trying to figure out. And then shortly after we got the relative height of the suspect, I just wonder if they were doing a little bit of luminol business under that tent as well. But you think they could have been?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, hopefully somebody processed the front porch.
Oh, you and me feel that way both. And I think everybody watching right now is saying, I sure hope the right stuff happened. I mean, there's been a lot of criticism about the folks early on who were there, lots of inexperience, lots of young, new detectives. One of them who was the boss who'd never done a homicide before. So it's a little upsetting to think what might have been missed.
The homicide investigation is purely a reflection of the education, training, and experience of the investigator.
This is why I call you. Dr. Petler, thank you for this.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
My great thanks to Dr. Laura Petler. I love talking to her. I always learn so much. Now I want you to listen to what Dr. Peter Valentin has to say. Dr. Valentin is an associate professor, department chair, forensic science at University of New Haven. He's testified in 7 different states, including federal court, as a blood stain expert. Here's my conversation. Dr. Valentin, thanks so much for helping me muddle through this.
And we have seen him before, right? Have we seen him on Ashley Banfield? I believe we did.
Just to summarize, a lot of people online think they see a shoe print in this particular spot of blood. Is that what you see?
I don't see enough detail to identify that as a shoe print. There's definitely something that's made contact with the blood in some of the areas after the blood's been deposited and before the blood has dried. And so for some of the circular droplets, you see an absence of blood in the center of those droplets. So we call those skeletonized droplets, right? So there's something called a perimeter stain. So basically it's the outline of a circle and the absence of blood in the middle.
Now, what Ashley didn't mention was that other person on TMZ was saying the half oxygen, half blood. I don't think they mentioned that, did they? I might have missed it if they did, but I don't think they mentioned that.
is the perimeter stain, or the skeletonized droplet. And so what that means is blood landed on a surface, it started to dry, which is how you get that perimeter stain. And then something came into contact with that stain before it dried. Now, investigatively, what that does for me is it tells me two things. It gives me a sense of time because I know how long it takes blood to dry. And then it tells me that there is some other object that left that scene, presumably, that has Nancy Guthrie's blood on it, which is a huge piece of information for me investigatively.
But all skeletonized droplets, can't some of them have just been affected by wind? These are possibly, the pictures you're seeing are possibly 60-ish hours after the blood was deposited, and it's outside.
Yeah, so that's a good question. We tend to see artifacts of blood that has dried in that way, where you could then infer that something happened to them afterwards. So you tend to see it, they crack, or they have cracking in them. And that's not what I see here. And we don't see them in any more than just one or two droplets. So that, if that were the explanation, we'd be seeing that across multiple stains in the outside of the house. And we don't see that.
So if we look at the so-called shoe print, and I'm not saying that it's a shoe print, just people are referring to it, that it looks like it's a shoe print. If you look at that photo, on either side of it are two round droplets that look skeletonized with some missing blood in the middle. What would account for that?
So one thing
that's the one the other woman would say, maybe oxygen. But let's see.
Want to make sure we don't do is we don't want to conflate what is probably or could be two separate events and say that they have to be together. So if you want to get to the idea that that must be a shoe print, then you're saying the two skeletonized droplets are happening at the same time as that larger, blood pattern that looks like, a footwear impression. So we don't say shoe print, we say footwear impression, because we don't really know, right? You need a lot of detail to say shoe print, right? We need like tread and all sorts of things, but a footwear impression covers socks, covers bare feet, right? So we really don't know what we have just yet. But if we consider that those are two separate events and they just happen to be right next to each other, now we open up different possibilities that just happen to be in the same place.
Separate events meaning separate times?
Separate, we could have the larger stain occurring, and then subsequent to that or before that, you have the skeletonized droplets, and they're not related to each other, right? Two different events cause those two blood stains.
And that's an interesting perspective there that I hadn't necessarily thought about. But the blood stains can be from two separate events, probably close together, but still two separate events. What do you think about that, chat? Do you think all of that blood was from one event? Or do you think there was multiple events that caused Nancy's blood to be there? So press 1 if you think it was one event, all at the same time. Press 2 if you think, no, it actually could have been multiple times, like this guy is saying.
But they're right next to each other.
Meaning it could have been seconds apart. A foot could have gone down and then left, and then those two droplets could have happened afterwards. So that does help explain. But let's get to the meat of the matter, and that is all the debate online that this sure looks like a shoe print impression. And I said it earlier in the podcast that it looks, this is what a lot of people say, it looks like a cloud shoe. You see these treads and the bottom. Size-wise, you've seen the tile. Each tile looks to be, and again, this is not very scientific, but each tile looks to be about big enough for him.
D, the question was, is the blood from one event or multiple different events, not at the same exact time? It could have been within an hour, but not the same exact time. So one event, two, no, multiple events.
To step into it, and his foot looks to be about a little over 2/3 of the length of a tile. What does that tell you about the size of this impression, if it is one?
So I frequently see crime scene photographs that are missing scale, right? So the ruler, right? Everybody knows what that looks like. And so when I'm missing scale, I need to find other things in those photographs to help me get a sense of, relative size. So I can't tell from those photographs just yet because exterior tiles can be 16 inches square.
So about 98 to 99% of you think one event. And I agree. I do think one event.
You know, interior tiles are very often 12 inches square, which gives me a rougher sense of what we're looking at. But I'll give you a better way to get a sense of, is this footwear or is this something else? So we have this whole group of reagents that we use when we're working with bloodstains that are called latent development reagents. And we use these not to determine is it blood or isn't it blood, but we use them in situations where we think blood is supposed to be here, but we don't see any. And when we use these reagents, or very often we spray them onto surfaces, what happens is in the presence of blood, we get a color change. And so there's a reagent that's called leucocrystal violet. And violet is the key word here because it turns a very dark blue purple color in the presence of blood. And so if I thought that that was a component of a footwear impression, right? And On Running is my shoe of choice right now, really helps my old body when I run. If that was a footwear impression and we used a latent development reagent, we would see that pattern repeating on other sections of tile, either closer towards the door or closer towards the driveway.
Unless,
And-
hold it, I said this to Dr. Laura Petler as well. If you made that step and you put that imprint down there, then your next step was onto the welcome mat where you worked your way around a little bit or struggled a little bit and rubbed everything.
Sharon, thank you very much for the super chat. What if the blood was planted to make it look like it was a nosebleed? That's a question similar to what Mike was saying before, and I think it's a possibility. It could have been. Now, if it was planted, that would have been a pretty sophisticated operation, right? I think they knew what they were doing, but I don't know if it was that sophisticated. I don't think they went that far. I think mostly because if you dick around the crime scene too much, there's just more of a chance that you're going to leave your DNA behind. So that would be my thinking. But thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it, Sharon.
Off of your shoe, would you still see those additional prints with a reagent?
I would use a different reagent on the welcome mat because the primary thing that you have to consider when deciding what reagent you use is contrast. Mm-hmm. Am I going to see the reaction if there is one? And so if I'm dealing with a dark colored welcome mat, I can't use a reagent that's going to turn a dark color.
What about after he stepped off the, and I'm just, again, this is just me theorizing and asking, if that is a shoe print, and then the next step was onto the welcome mat where he worked his way around and wiggled around and then the blood was wiped off, so to speak. Then his next few steps are down the entrance towards the walkway, and you used
I think people think she was taken out the front door, Terry, because for a couple of reasons. One, just because the Nest cam was taken down and then the pacemaker disconnected 41 minutes later does not mean they were in the house for 41 minutes. Right? So that's one. Two, I'm presuming it was after the Nest cam was taken down. Well, it had to have been because there was no blood on the front step during that Nest cam footage. So it had to have been after that. So I don't know how there would be blood in the front step if they didn't come out the front step. I mean, would they take her out the front step and then turn around and go back through the back door again? That doesn't make much sense to me. So that's what I would think about that.
Reagents on the walkway at this point, would you still, even though you can't see it with the naked eye because he's rubbed it off on the mat, would reagents still help you see those footprints as they continued out to, say, a waiting car?
It's possible, but considering that the particular shoe that we're talking about here, there's not much tread there, right? These are very big, blocky sections. And it's very likely, or it's conceivable that if they stepped onto the welcome mat, all the blood would come off on that one step. And so if we don't really think about the welcome mat as being where all the blood could have transferred, we get a situation that we call a false negative, right? We do something and we think that, we use our reagent, we don't see a reaction. And we're like, well, that
Also, Queen, I see you figured out how to become a member. Very grateful for this. Welcome, Queen, everyone. A new member of the flock of black sheep here. You now have access to the members-only live streams. Is that Freddie Mercury in there? I can't quite tell. But thank you very much for becoming a member. Shadow the Night Owl appreciates it as well.
wasn't blood or it wasn't a footwear impression. It turns out, well, there actually was evidence there, but because we applied the wrong logic or we used the wrong reagent or we didn't critically examine this, we walk away thinking we don't have evidence there, but in fact we do. We just didn't do it the right way. So we have to treat the welcome mat differently than we have to treat the tile. And so for the welcome mat, I would actually take that welcome mat away from the scene, and I would use a reagent that a lot of people are familiar with. It's the one that everybody thinks is the coolest one we have, Blue Star, luminol, right? So that's something called chemiluminescence. So essentially, we have a reaction where the product of that reaction is a glow, a faint blue glow. Now, the reason why I want to take the welcome mat away is because that glow is very, very faint, and it's very easy to miss if you don't do it under very dark conditions.
Right. Well, we did see the FBI, it looked like, showing up with a big old white tent in about 2 weeks since the disappearance and do some experiments. They had a height board and all sorts of things they were taking in there. And who knows if they were doing that. Or listen, I don't know if the sheriff's department and their homicide detectives did that in those first 30 hours before they released the scene. We didn't see that. The media wasn't all there at that point. But let me get to the actual shape of the blood drop in question that everyone's debating.
Mm-hmm.
Does this look like it could be an impression, a shoe impression, or do you have other theories that resembles to the expert eye instead?
I think there are other potential explanations, and if you look at that stain closely, you'll see that there's some circular edges to it. Right? Semicircular edges.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, that's the whole thing, is that they all look so perfectly symmetrical, and in nature, nothing's symmetrical.
Right. And to me, what that suggests, again, and I've got to be careful not to prematurely form hard and fast opinions about things, right? You have to stay open until you have all the information possible. Those look like aspects of drip stains. And if you had a couple drops of blood land in the same approximate area, you could get those stains merging together to create one larger stain, but yet you have some of the artifacts of the original droplets before they merged.
But wouldn't they all have to be perfect to have all those little semicircles lining up in a line? And then there's one more little, what looks like stamp in the same pattern behind that big
so
shoe print looking
you're
thing.
referring to there's an area where there isn't blood, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's the main, so to speak, shoe print that looks like shoe print, and then behind it there looks like a piece of a continuation of a, so to speak, shoe print. I'm not convinced it's a shoe print. I'm just saying that that's what a lot of people are saying.
Yeah. So yeah, any place where I have a disconnect between two stains, I have to entertain.
So Ashley's saying a bunch of people said shoe print. Well, the two experts she's had on so far both said no, not a shoe print. So where is she getting this from? Is it her source? Her source telling her it's a shoe print? I don't know.
The possibility that they're formed by two separate events, unless, there's a latent, I can develop blood in between those two that suggests that they actually were the same event. And I just couldn't see the blood between it because it was so faint. That's one explanation for it. But I do see the potential that those were actually, that's what we call a drip pattern. Series of droplets landing in the same place. And then before they had a chance to dry, they actually merged into each other.
And it would give you that perfect symmetry all the way down.
Yes.
So you're the second person who's not so convinced that this is a shoe impression. Could you be convinced it's a shoe impression? And if so, what would take you there? Like, what about that? And again, knowing that these aren't CSI pictures, what would take you there, or would nothing take you to that
So
theory.
it's certainly that nothing.
Ashley Banfield's like Madonna, just like a prayer. I'm going to take you there.
I could be taken there, but the first thing is better photographs, right? Higher quality images so that I could zoom in and see more detail. So we're looking at photographs where we're not, we're off at an angle. So what that means is that, what's closer to me, what's at the bottom of the picture is closer to me than what's at the top of the picture. So you have this distortion of distance or size. So the way that stain actually looks in reality is different than the way it looks in the photograph. So that, changes the way you actually perceive things. So I would want to see a few more aspects of it that would lean in the direction of it being what's called a transfer stain. So long before we get to the notion of what made the transfer, we first have to say it's a transfer stain, because transfer stains are very common in blood, in blood stain cases and casework that we have, and that's simply it is what it sounds like. There was blood on one surface and it transferred to another surface. And very often that's the end of the decision-making process that, in bloodstain pattern analysis, it's a transfer stain. Sometimes we can decipher information about what it was that made the transfer. Right? Sometimes we see finger marks, but sometimes, because humans love to see meaning in patterns, we think something is a finger mark or a series of finger marks, but it wasn't at all. It was simply the folds of a sweater or, some other arrangement of a random object that we thought meant something. And if I'm losing your audience for a moment, has anybody ever looked into the sky and seen, a cloud that looked like a horse or something like that? That's the same effect. We tend to create meaning from, random arrangements of things.
That happens on the internet a lot, by the way.
Yes, it does.
Which is why I wanted to get scientists and experts to weigh in on it, because I myself am getting very taken by the pattern. And again, I keep looking at the cloud shoe and the treads, and I think, oh God, it sure looks like that. Not to say that other sneakers don't have that tread. I do want to ask you about the size of it. Again, you're right. We don't have aspect. We don't have the lovely little, forensic ruler sitting beside, which I'm sure, I hope, the CSI analysts do have from the homicide investigators. But we do have his foot on the tile in some of the other video stills that we grabbed. And it kind of shows that his foot is not quite the length of a tile, but it is about a little more than 3/4 of the length of a tile. So with that kind of aspect ratio, are you able to look at that blood stain and say that is?
Yeah, so please remember to like the video out there. Likes are free. Likes help pay for Shadow the Night Owl Here's Hootie Snacks, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. As far as the relevance of all this, I mean, to me, the goal is what? To find the DNA, right? That's the goal of this. What else would you even be trying to find? I don't know. I mean, does finding out objects and just understanding more about the case, it can't hurt, right? But ultimately, what are we doing here? I think it's about finding actual DNA, and perhaps, I mean, that's already happened or it hasn't. There's nothing they can do about it now. So it's almost out of their hands now at this point. It's either they got what they got and they can turn that into something, or they won't.
Way smaller than a potential shoe tread or a sneaker tread, or it is actually the right size for a sneaker tread, or none of the above.
So that circled area of the image, which captures foot relative to one of the tiles, is instructive in the sense that it shows you that it's within the realm of possibility that area could be a portion of a footwear impression. One thing that your audience should understand is that whether or not it is or it isn't is really dependent on how the footwear made contact with blood before it transferred. What was that volume of blood and where was it located? Now, what we haven't seen is another source of blood, another location where the transfer could have occurred.
Meaning a drop big enough to
Right.
stamp your foot into it so as to make a stamp that big.
Right. Now, this does not need to be a 1-for-1, like a stamp pad. I don't need the same exact size blood pattern in order to make the transfer, because you can imagine blood is going to move laterally along the surface as you put pressure
Compress.
on it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't need to be that exact, but we do need to have some sense of, is there enough volume somewhere already on the surface that could spread along the bottom of a footwear, of a sneaker, whatever it happens to be, a boot, so that it would then be available to then transfer onto the tile in the way that we're looking at it.
Well, I'll tell you what, we don't have a picture that shows that. We do know from one of my sources that the blood pattern continues inside, but nothing different. So there's not one big pool of blood somewhere. We also don't know, because of the darkness of the welcome mat, if there's a whole bunch of blood on the welcome mat. We can't see that from the naked eye and the journalist's pictures. But if you had to render a guess, based on, the crude work materials that we've been able to provide for you, which is just a journalist's pictures and the video, your best guess would be?
So my best guess is that what we're looking at is a drip pattern. And what I think is complicating the interpretation a little bit is that there's what's called a void pattern in there, right? So there's this like little wedge-shaped area where there isn't any blood. And that makes the pattern a little harder to make sense of. Had that area been filled in, I think a lot of people would be easily understand, like, oh, that's simply a few droplets of blood that fell in the same place, or at least you'd understand why some of us would initially consider that. Now, why does that happen? Why do we get void patterns? A lot of times, these are what we often see with spatter, right? When blood is traveling through the air. But in other situations, and this might be one of them, it could be an artifact of the tile itself. Was there some kind of treatment on the tile, right, to make it water bead on it, right? We call it, is it hydrophobic, right? Mm-hmm. Does it repel water? And so in that one area, the blood really couldn't stay there because of some treatment on the tile. And so as a result, it kind of moved left and right of that one area. So you got this distortion to what otherwise would have been a regular pattern. So you have a void. And so now that complicates things, because now it looks like the aspect of a footwear impression or something like that. So before we get to the idea that it has to be footwear, we have to make sure that we're not over-interpreting something that is more easily explained by some characteristic of the surface itself. Dr.
Valentin, thank you. I so appreciate your wisdom on this and all those years that you studied it.
Thank you, Ashley. Good to see you again.
You too. My great thanks to Peter Valentin. Dr. Valentin's a favorite of mine. He's talked to us before in previous episodes about the bloodstains outside of Nancy's house. I am so thankful that he gave me his expertise. Now I want to switch gears to a third expert. And you may know Dr. Ken Kinsey. Well, you may know him from his prior work, or you may know him from his street cred. But here's his street cred. He's a forensic crime scene analyst and forensics expert. His company is Kenny Kinsey and Associates Crime Scene Consultants. Crime scene and violent crime consultants. Or you may know him from a very famous trial, the trial of one Alex Murdaugh. He was the crime scene expert, the blood expert, who was up on the stand talking about Paul Murdaugh's blood. And so you may know him from there. But Dr. Kinsey has testified in roughly 100 trials, whether it's blood pattern analysis, blood stain pattern analysis, or crime scene reconstruction. He has done a few things with regard to this kind of CSI. So I asked Dr. Kinsey what he thought of that particular blood stain. Here's our conversation. Dr. Kinsey, I've been asking the experts, and I'd love to hear your opinion. Do you think that pattern that everyone's talking about is in fact a footwear impression or something else completely?
Miss Ashley, it very well could be a footwear impression. I don't like to.
So B from the chat was thinking it might have been a a walker tread, because some of the walkers can mimic a sneaker, apparently. I have thought that Nancy was carried out in a way. That's what I had thought.
To assume, because you may have an imperfection, it does appear to have characteristics, at least some outsole design, as with a footwear impression, but we've got to remember it's two-dimensional. So without a one-to-one, it'd be kind of hard to interpret that, but it appears to be characteristic of a partial footwear impression.
And I'm interested to hear you say that. And again, I understand that these are sort of crude tools that we've given you. Just the journalists' pictures are not the same as the investigators' pictures. But I like when we're looking at the scale, we can see the relativity of the size of the perpetrator's foot as compared to the tiles. And so then you can see that his foot takes up almost a whole tile, a little more than 2/3 of a tile. So when you think of that and the size of that particular blood pattern, does it make sense that it could be actually the size of a tread pattern in a typical sneaker, or say the sneaker that I'm holding up, which we've talked about a lot? It's one of those cloud sneakers.
Absolutely. It certainly could. And we use scaling.
Ashley's pleased to finally get one that agrees.
In this line of work, my colleagues and I, we use scaling a lot. The only problem with the scaling, it's going to give you a general size. And the first thing you learn in footwear comparison, when you're actually matching a known to an unknown, is that several manufacturers, and depending on their manufacturing process, you can't just look at the size of the impression and determine the size of the shoe. And what I mean is, some manufacturers may utilize a 9.5, a 10, and a 10.5 with the same outsole. They may produce it with the same outsole design and the same size. So it's going to give you a general area of what you're looking for as far as shape, size, and outsole design, but it's not going to lock you in definitively unless you've got a known to compare to that unknown. But it will get you brand. Many times it will get you characteristics of a certain brand, and it'll get you a little bit closer to where you have to go.
Well, I'm fascinated to hear that you think there is a possibility of it being a footwear impression. But then there's the wild card. When the police showed up at Nancy Guthrie's home,
Shadow is offended that he was called a large powder puff next to Jared's head. It is Shadow the Night Owl, the mascot of the channel. Thank you. And my spirit animal. Did you hear that, Shadow? He called you a large powder puff. Shadow does not like that one bit.
they were responding to what sounded like a missing person, not necessarily a bloodbath or a murder or anything like that. So my thoughts are the officers walked up to the front door and may not necessarily have seen that blood. And what we're looking at might even be the imprint of one of the police officers' shoes as they stood there waiting for someone to answer that door.
Absolutely. And great crime scene preservation starts with a crime scene log. And most of these logs are going to contain not just the identity of all first responders, but it's going to go down to the brand and size of their footwear. And that way, if the person that's examining those unknown footwear impressions, if they're drawing a blank, and many times it's the same way with DNA, especially with the advent or the discovery of touch DNA, you can do the same thing with footwear. When all else fails, you can go back because you're going to have to eliminate those first responders. And it is highly likely that it could be a partial footwear impression from a first responder, but it's still better to have it than to discount it and not collect it.
Well, the only thing that I'm curious about is if that is a footwear impression, where are the additional impressions that would have happened after that one? Because that doesn't seem to appear anywhere in the vicinity of the front entrance, at least from the images we can see.
Well, they may or may not be there. And with blood, many times blood's really, really thick. It's very viscous. So the majority of that blood could have been transferred, or maybe not. But with chemicals and reagents, you can bring out additional, and you may be able to enhance this and get more detail of that outsole design also with chemicals. I've started with just the smallest piece of a partial footwear, and sometimes you can develop the entire footwear depending on the chemicals you choose.
Wow, I never thought of that. I did think that you could maybe use a reagent and see additional prints that aren't easy to see with the naked eye, but I didn't think about filling in the gap of what we're seeing.
Yeah, I actually worked
really
one
helpful.
in the corrections department here in South Carolina, and we tracked the offender back to his cell, and there were no visible footwear, and we physically sprayed each foot. We sprayed the entire area and followed the foot.
I think back to the Idaho case and Brian Koberger murdering 4 innocent kids at 1122 King Road. And they said that there was a partial shoe print in blood outside of Dylan Mortenson's bedroom. And we never heard much more than that. We sure never heard, in the settlement conferences, in the, when he stood up in court and pled, we never heard that it was his shoe print. I assume because as a criminology student, he got rid of everything he was wearing. So while it's fascinating to see a partial shoe print, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to find the shoe that goes with it.
Correct. And it depends on the motivation and the intelligence of the offender. A lot of times in street crimes, these shoes are very, very expensive. A lot of times, just in your normal street crimes, they will not get rid of the shoes. They'll try to clean them. But someone with his educational background, I know I wouldn't keep anything. I would get rid of everything, probably even burn my car down. But he probably did dispose of those if he was responsible.
Well, and we can't tell. He looks like a bumbling idiot
Right.
when he.
It's 111 here on the East Coast. Make a wish.
He comes up to the front, trying to, figure out where the camera is at first and then go and MacGyver a way to pry it off or smash it off or cover it. Some people think he's covering it and leaves. I don't. I think he's using the vine to get between the bracket and the camera and yank it. In any case, Savannah Guthrie did use the word yank. So I'm curious about that. But the other issue is without being able to extrapolate the size, right? Because you can't take the like you mentioned, you can't take the small impression if it is one and extrapolate out to what size it is, because the manufacturers don't necessarily have a relativity to their size. And they might just use the whole pattern and cut it smaller or bigger, right?
Right. And with a big case that I was involved in, it was something similar. It was a tire. And we actually had to cut it down. And that manufacturer made 3 different tires. So that's why we couldn't give a definitive match. We were able to say it's the same shape, size, and design, but we couldn't say this tire above all others made this impression. And you've kind of got the same thing with footwear, maybe even more with footwear, because there are so many brands, sizes, and styles out there.
What is it about this pattern that would lead you away from thinking that it's a footprint?
It has the characteristics of a partial footwear. I would, if I saw it in my regular everyday life, that's what I would take it to be, a partial footwear impression.
If you had the actual, and again, these are journalists' pictures 60 hours or so after the fact, but if you had the actual CSI pictures vertically taken with the measurements, etc., is there something that could dissuade you?
Well, I would want to see it enhanced. I would document it here, and then I would use a chemical or a reagent and try to enhance it. So I may not conduct my comparison on this partial, but if it's all I had, if I could come up with a suspect shoe, you would do an overlay, and hopefully you would be able to find some unique random characteristic in this. And like you said, it's kind of a crude photograph, but there are most likely random details in this that could be used to match back to a shoe.
Does anything concern you about the perfect round droplets on either side of this, what looks like a shoe print? Did those dissuade you, or could they have been dropped at a different time?
You can't age it, to be honest, but when you look at the totality of it, I would think it was from this incident. And the skeletonized, it's a very slow drip. This person is vertical, 90 degrees, moving very, very slow, or stopped when this bloodletting took place.
I don't mean a different date. I mean, it could have been a second later, meaning the shoe print goes down, imprints that blood pattern, there's movement, and then 2 additional drops fall afterwards. That's what I'm sort of wondering about, the different time. The shoe print goes first, thereby it's not stepping in the drops.
Well, this doesn't appear to be a shoe print in a drop to me. This appears to be a transfer from a shoe. So there was some blood, a quantity of blood somewhere else that this person stepped in before they transferred this. And it may be out of screen, or we may not have the benefit of looking at it, but that does not look like a distorted drip or drop to me.
Oh.
It looks like what we call a swipe. If there wasn't a shoe involved, it's blood on a surface that transfers.
And I'll tell you something, Dr. Kinsey, we have not been able to see a larger source anywhere, not in the pictures that the journalists are able to capture. Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital and Brian Entin from News Nation, they were able to just use their iPhones and take their pictures, or their smartphones, take their video up at the front entrance, and then, head back out. And they didn't see what was inside the house either, because I've got reporting that says that this blood pattern is replicated inside the front door as well, but exactly the same, and that there's no scuffle marks or scene of a struggle in that pattern. So does that change your opinion at all? If there's no source that you can actually see where the shoe could have picked up that blood, or could that have happened on the welcome mat?
Either, but it doesn't change my opinion. There is a source somewhere, and this to me appears to be an outsole in blood that walked, and most of that blood, like I mentioned, and we use a quantity, and you wouldn't believe how fast that blood stops transferring. So inside that doorway may be a more complete footwear, if that is indeed what this is, and I believe it to be. It has too much characteristics to just be a drop or a drip pattern. This is going to be a footwear, I'm fairly certain, but I wouldn't hang my hat on that unless I had a little bit better photograph.
Well, I hope at some point we have a suspect, that he is arrested, that this evidence is entered into a court of law as exhibits, and then you and I can have this conversation once again where you're able to see the more specific CSI versions of the photographs, and that they hang him into this crime. I mean, I just hope that they're able to get some resolution for the family, and for those who are just, their hearts go out to Mrs. Guthrie and her family in this mystery. Dr. Kinsey, thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
Thank you.
So there you have it, or not. I came into this thinking, I'll bet I'll have a definitive answer on what we're looking at in those pictures, and the internet will be settled for good. And here we are. Totally different opinions among Dr. Peter Valentin, Dr. Laura Petler, and Dr. Ken Kinsey. But that's why I wanted to talk to all of them, because everybody has different expertise. Everybody has a different set of eyes. Whether the crime scene analysts who are actually working the Nancy Guthrie case in the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department are seeing the same things or different things than these 3 experts did, I don't know. But at least you can take these interviews to the bank, because they've got more degrees than a circle. And I'm so thankful that they joined me. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you to my subscribers. I appreciate you. If you haven't already, blink, blink, there's the subscribe button. Thank you so much. And thank you to the members. I appreciate you guys. And I hope you've liked some of that exclusive content that I've sent.
All right. So now we're going to head over to Nancy Grace Make sure you support Ashley Banfield's work. Make sure you like this video here. Likes are free. Spank that like button. Leave your DNA on the like button. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And as always, super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. So are super stickers. And becoming a channel member or gifting memberships is a great way to support the channel. And you get access to members-only live streams. And they all help Shadow the Night Owl here get his hootie snacks. And Shadow likes his hootie snacks.
Amidst allegations, a recall effort is underway on Nanos. Is he focusing on the Nancy Guthrie case? We also learned tonight
Who would win a staring contest, Erica Kirk or Nancy Grace?
that there is a possibility more Google images are to come. We were told by Nanos at the get-go, yeah, no video. She didn't have a subscription. And then bam, somehow out of literally trillions of data points, Google makes a save and finds this video. And not just this video from the night Miss Guthrie was kidnapped, but get a video from an earlier date. We believe
Look at the shoes.
January
Sneakery. See that, B? Sneakery. Not boot-like, sneakery.
11, where the same guy, you can tell by his gait, his weight, his height, same outfit. It's not a twin, it's him. Is very casually casing Miss Guthrie's home. This freak was outside her home checking it out. Jan 11. If it weren't for Google, we wouldn't know this, opening up countless possibilities of other evidence, probative evidence, cell phone data, door cam, you name it, from Jan 11. And joining us right now, a special guest, it's Ari Redboard. Ari Redboard is the Global Head of Policy, Government Affairs, TRM Labs, the blockchain intelligence company. He is a former Assistant U.S. Attorney in the D.C. jurisdiction and former Senior Advisor to the Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. You can find him at trmlabs.com. I want to talk to you about what we are learning tonight, that there are other.
Please remember to like the video. Like the video if you think Nancy Grace would defeat Erica Kirk in a staring contest.
Images. They're trying to save them as we go to air tonight. How can that be?
You know, Nancy, it's extraordinary. And when I first saw those videos a few weeks ago, it took my breath away. This idea that there could be no subscription, the actual
Take my breath away. What is this, Top Gun?
camera could have been disabled, and Google is still able to generate these really extraordinary, chilling images. Just to me speaks to the ability of the private sector in many respects. Here, Google's the example to have just an extraordinary amount of data that can be used in these cases. Look, I think if and it'll be when this case is ultimately solved, it will be because of the digital evidence in the case, whether it's cryptocurrency tracing or whether it's this type of evidence from Google. And to me, it's just extraordinary.
Ari, how are they doing it? And if they are doing it, why don't we already have it?
Look, it's really hard to say. They obviously have this data in various servers. You know, is it taking significant time to find it? Likely. I quite frankly can't believe that it exists at all in many respects. And that's why I said when I first saw this video, it really took my breath away. The fact that we're now able to get this type of information, even without a subscription, even when this machine is disabled, it ultimately could be what cracks this case.
Okay, Ari Redboard, you are the expert. I hate to throw you in the same pot to stew with Nanos, who said, yeah, there's no video. She didn't have a subscription. But yet there is. And we're learning there's more. And they're trying to rehabilitate it, resurrect it right now. There is more video. Now, do you believe, after your extensive work as an assistant U.S. attorney in D.C., that...
I mean, if there is more video, I would love to see it, more so than just the thumbnails from the other Nest cams that are not from the day of the abduction / hit or whatever you want to call it. Also, I say all of these things with love for Erica Kirk. I've actually mildly defended Erica Kirk many moons ago. One of my first very famous streams was me breaking down the Candace Owens thing after she met with Erica. That was actually one of the first big ones I did.
That they have video and they're not releasing it for some reason?
Law enforcement is very usually thoughtful about the way they release information. Here they released that initial video because we needed an image of this individual to put out there in the world. They have that image out there. Assuming there's not a better image of this individual, then maybe these are really critical investigative leads that you don't necessarily you want to share with the public. Law enforcement is always thinking about, what do we need to put out publicly to help our investigation from a crowdsourcing perspective, and what should we be holding back in order to not share what we have necessarily with the suspect and not hurt any other lead.
10 likes to 500, folks. Shadow the Night Owl. He says we're coming down the home stretch, so likes are free. And subscribing to the channel is also free and really helps.
You know, another thing, Ari Redboard joining us from TRM Labs. I believe that the reason the first guy was pulled over and questioned was because he made multiple deliveries in Miss Guthrie's home. He's a delivery person. And they got that from CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team, by a data dump of all of the cell phones in that area. Then we have neighbors, so to speak, in the loose sense of the word, way down from Miss Guthrie. Their vehicles were seized. They were rousted out of their home at night. They were also questioned and released because I think their cell phones had movement in those hours between, midnight and 4 a.m. I think that targeted them. Tell me what the FBI is doing now to track down any red flags in the cell phone data dump and the Wi-Fi data dump. It's happening right now. What are they doing, Ari?
They're doing a.
By the way, we haven't heard much about the geo-fencing, right? They were talking about that a couple of weeks ago, but what was the verdict? We haven't heard anything about it, have we? And at least with this, there's more things to talk about when you talk about Nancy Grace video. Sometimes with Ashley's stuff there, depending on the video, you can kind of like zone out.
Lot. They're looking at every possible piece of data that they can on any phone that they have associated with this. They're trying to triangulate location, right? It's not just the cell phones, it's where they're hitting off those cell towers. And essentially what you want to understand is, hey, who was in this location at this time based on this Nest Cam footage? And they're really trying to triangulate. Now, there's likely a lot of people who were in this general location. And that's why we've seen some of these stops. But the reality is those are going to continue.
Ari Redboard, you told us previously that you would need to see a substantial sum of money transferred from the Bitcoin account in order to track it. Well, I disagree because I think there are other ways to track it, but that's just me.
Here's how it works, right? So I'm pretty crypto savvy. They can look and try to find like big amounts if they're sent via an exchange. An exchange is what? Something like Coinbase, Binance, KuCoin, what else? Kraken. Those are some of the big exchanges. They can ask all the crypto exchanges, keep your eyes out for a transaction of this size, or they can blacklist an address. But they have to find the address first. But again, if I'm a criminal, what you do is you disperse that to many wallets. And when it's dispersed into many wallets, then it can be pretty tricky. And you can probably get away with it. But let's see what Nancy has to say about it. And also, please remember to like the video.
Say substantial. How about a small amount of money? Why do you need a substantial amount of money to track the Bitcoin?
You need any amount of funds going into the account. However, what you're ultimately going to see there is likely funds going from an address controlled by the family or by a representative into that alphanumeric Bitcoin account that's in the ransom note. But that's all you'll see. Really, what's really critical is what happens next. Where does that address, that ransom address, send funds? Do we have attribution? In other words, have we associated that address with any illicit activity before? And then the real key happens. The breaks in these types of cases happen when funds go to a cryptocurrency exchange to cash out, right? Because the reality is that you can't really buy Bitcoin to buy anything in a meaningful way today. You need to convert it to more usable, cash, to currencies. And that's the key, because that cryptocurrency exchange has that underlying user information on the account, the name, the social security number, email accounts, telephone numbers. And that's when law enforcement really starts running with these other leads.
That from our friends at Fox News. Straight out to Joe Scott Morgan joining us tonight, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon.
This guy reminds me of something. I can't put my finger on what it is. Who does he remind me of? Not quite Steven Spielberg, but someone. It'll come to me.
Amazon and star of a hit podcast, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. But tonight, his purpose is as a death investigator with over 10,000 death scenes under his belt. Notice I didn't say homicide scenes.
Oh, that's what it reminds me a little bit about the dude from Independence Day that gets killed by the alien. It's a cleaned up version of him.
It could be accidental causes. It could be natural causes like a heart attack, suicide, unexplained, or, of course, homicide. I want to talk to you about Nancy Guthrie's bedroom. Could we please see the clip from the Today Show? This is one of Savannah's visits home. I want you to see that. Apparently, nothing was disturbed in the bedroom. Nothing turned over, nothing out of place. But interesting, I see a hardwood floor and a rug, as well as a comforter, which opens up countless possibilities for DNA evidence and more. This is from our friends at Today on YouTube. What about it, Joe Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. These are smooth, non-porous surfaces, excluding the rug. If you're looking at that floor, it could either be poured concrete or it could be hardwood in there. And yeah, when we've talked about electrostatic lifts previously, in this particular area, if you could have gone in there and secured the scene to begin with, you could have done these lifts. And what I mean by securing the scene is the first thing that you do, Nancy, is when you see externally, and any investigator worth their salt knows this, you see blood or what appears to be blood deposition outside of the house. Guess what? In that moment, the entire scene is locked down. It is held. It is treated as a homicide. And let me tell you one more thing that just came to mind relative to this case. When we see this guy stomping around outside and he's visible on that Nest Cam, Nancy, you know what I found? A major clue that has just arisen. That area outside on that front area, as you access the front door, Nancy, that's already broken down into grids for us. If they had locked down that scene, if they had secured that scene from Jump Street, they could have held that area. Do you see how this area?
So if they held the scene from 21 Jump Street, they'd probably be able to get some of the DNA there.
Is broken down into very specific grids. You can actually see where he places his feet. If they had locked it down until they had this videography, that means nobody has access to this place. We watch where we put our feet. They could go back and do electrostatic lifts right there, and they could have maybe, just maybe, raised a shoe print out of that.
The shoes are like sneakers, right? They're not boots. They're sneakers. They're lighter in color.
But of course, that's all gone because they released the scene. So if they had held it for that moment in time, they could have done electrostatic lifts just within those grids and maybe have hit a jackpot.
Joe Scott, everywhere I go, I'm asked about Nancy Guthrie and the case. A common question is the blood on the front porch. Mm-hmm. What if Mrs. Guthrie was taking an anticoagulant? You know, there's so many of them. Eliquis, for one. That's one my dad was on. I don't think that would make a difference and the blood deposition, or am I wrong? By the way, guys, this is from Fox News. Go ahead, Joe Scott.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Nancy. That's why our viewers are so bright, right? Because they think about all of these things, just like you. They kind of follow your lead here. Yeah, blood thinners is something we've talked about in forensics for some time relative to blood deposition. There was a major study that was done on warfarin, which is also known as Coumadin. People are very familiar with it. It's a real old drug. Guess what? There is no appreciable changes in blood deposition relative to how it presents and whether somebody is actually on a blood thinner. Okay. Now, back to the blood thinner itself, and we can talk about Mrs. Guthrie's health, is that is essential. That's essential for her to have, all right, in order to thrive. But if she is bleeding at that moment in time, it's not going to necessarily impact the deposition of blood or change it. Now, what is interesting, though, and I've pointed this out before, and I think that maybe even Baden had alluded to this at one point in time, with those droplets that you see deposited on that front stoop, he recognized, as do I, that blood appears to be aerated. And the only way you get that is that if it's coming from the nasopharynx area. What is that?
So, air, nasopharynx area. Would that mean like a cough or a nose? That's what that other person on TMZ said too. This guy knows this stuff.
That mean? Well, it means the nose and the mouth. So that's going to have a significant difference in appearance as opposed to, let's just say we get a cut on our arm or on the back of our hand. That blood's not aerated. Okay. That means that it doesn't have little oxygen bubbles in it. It just kind of drops away and you get this kind of dark patch.
So that's where he disagrees with the woman, because that woman on TMZ said there was oxygen, as what she thought it looked like. He thinks this was not that
pattern with the blood. You can actually see serum separating after a period of time, but it's very, very dark. With aerated blood, you'll see little bitty oxygen bubbles contained within there, and sometimes it'll clear out in the center. And I think that that's what I'm seeing based upon I'm roughly basing this upon the quality of that photograph. We have to understand that is not a true crime scene photograph. So the quality is not still up to snuff, but it's what we have to work with. That looks like it came from the nasopharynx area, Nancy.
So if that's what it came from, it's kind of like a cough. Like, to me, some of it does look like a cough type pattern, right? So there's like a spray. To me, that would be congruent with a bit of a cough, but we'll see.
What do you make of questions regarding with her thin skin? And I saw this in my dad, and I'm seeing it now in my mom very often. And there's a photo of Nancy Guthrie sitting outside in a lounge chair, like a picnic chair. There it is. And you can see, especially on her left hand, that's where my dad had it a lot, the blood under the skin. Many people are asking, would the slightest nick, possibly transporting her out the door on her arm or leg or hand, could that have caused the bleeding, not an actual attack like a blow to the face?
Moment of truth. Do you think it was a blow to the face, or could it have been arm, leg, hand? So press 1, no, that was a blow to the face, probably. Or 2, it was something else, a cut to a leg or a hand or something. So what do you think, chat?
I doubt it highly. Just looking at the blood deposition based upon the photographs I have to go on, I think that it would have more of a robust, a darker appearance to it. Perhaps if that had originated, say, from the back of the hand. And, as we all know, as we age, our skin and even our vessels become a bit more fragile. That's the reason we have these what appear to be contusions that kind of appear on our skin, appear more robust. And we also get swelling. You can see her ankles. You can see the backs of her hands. So that all comes with aging, Nancy.
If you have been leaning on credit cards lately just to cover, no, that is slowing down the tip line. Do not call that in. For instance, here's one. I pray it wasn't called in. Listen.
Okay, I don't think Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. The last people to see her alive were her daughter and her son-in-law. Tommaso, the son-in-law, supposedly dropped her off at her home. But what if that didn't really happen? What if there was some kind of an argument at the house and it got very, very heated and someone did something, whether it be the daughter or the son-in-law, and Nancy Guthrie died. They hatched this scheme to call this to make it look like a kidnapping.
Okay. That's disturbing on so many levels. That's from the real Jim Duffy at TikTok. But at least he's thinking through the facts and coming up with this theory. Maybe I'm wrong. Straight out to Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of the LA jurisdiction. She is the author of Deal Breakers, and you can see her now.
By the way, what did you think of that guy on TikTok's theory? Do you think that's a possibility? That something was designed to look like a kidnapping and something happened before they got home? What do you think?
On Bravo, as well as Peacock, and find her at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany, maybe I'm wrong, but haven't they been cleared? LE said they're clear. They're not suspects. They reportedly passed polygraphs and their vehicle has been returned. So why? Why is this still happening?
You know, Nancy, of course they've been cleared. Of course it's not the family. This has been going on for some time. But with this TikToker, I see a certain sort of arrogance, a high estimation of his own beliefs and theories, a low level of regard for critical thinking.
Are we sure this person's not projecting as well?
See something called proportionality bias. And what that means is if it's a big event, it must have a big explanation. If there's a tornado, it's because God is mad at us. If somebody goes missing, it's because it's a vast right-wing conspiracy. You know, most people are frightened at the thought that something really horrible could happen to their loved one, their family member, their child, their parent. And maybe it's just random. Maybe it's because there's one or two bad people in the world, not that there's this big, huge theory that makes it all simple and makes it all go away.
What did you call that? What was the term you just used, Dr. Bethany?
Proportionality bias, meaning if it's a big event, Nancy Guthrie going missing, there has to be a huge explanation. The idea that it could be a big event, Nancy Guthrie goes missing, but it's a simple or random.
Let's see. Let's hear his theory again.
For instance, here's one. I pray it wasn't called in. Listen.
Okay, I don't think Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. The last people to see her alive were her daughter and her son-in-law. Tommaso, the son-in-law, supposedly dropped her off at her home. But what if that didn't really happen? What if there was some kind of an argument at the house and it got very, very heated and someone did something, whether it be the daughter or the son-in-law, and Nancy Guthrie died?
So Bella, that could have happened at the home, right? That could have happened at the home. And the pacemaker wouldn't have disconnected yet if it happened at home, at Nancy's home.
They hatched this scheme to call this to make it look like a kidnapping.
Okay.
But that's what he said, though, that Nancy or Annie would have brought her home to Nancy's house, and it happened there. If it happened there, then that could be congruent. But let's see. Let's fast forward to where we were.
Randomly, other than my little fluff ball just climbed into a drawer and couldn't get out. It was a really simple explanation. I think that's what we're going to find at the end of the day. It's a pretty simple.
Yes, the guy saying that at home, at Nancy's home, Tommaso or Annie dropped her off and they were having a fight in the home. Nancy's home, not Annie's home, Nancy's home. That's what he's saying. That's his theory.
explanation driven by normal human motivations like attachment and greed, and somebody who was targeting Nancy in a way.
Now, his thing was that the kidnapping part of it was staged, that they wanted them to make it seem like someone else did a kidnapping. That's the part he is saying. I'm not saying I'm agreeing with that. I'm just saying what he said.
That's fairly predictable, and we see at all levels of society.
Wow. The way you explained that was very helpful. Also joining me, in addition to Dr. Bethany Marshall, is Brian Fitzgibbons, Director of Operations, USPA Nationwide Security. He leads a team of investigators around the world finding and extracting missing people. He is a former Marine and an Iraqi war vet. What about...
We play it again. I don't think he said that she didn't make it home.
The tip line. Do not call that in. For instance, here's one. I pray it wasn't called in. Listen.
Okay, I don't think Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. The last people...
So not kidnapped.
...to see her alive were her daughter and her son-in-law. Tommaso, the son-in-law, supposedly dropped her off at her home. But what if that didn't really happen? What if there was some kind of an argument at the house, and it got...
So what house? So what if she didn't get dropped off? What house is he talking about right here? Is he talking about Annie's house?
Very, very heated, and someone did something, whether it be the daughter or the son-in-law, and Nancy Guthrie died. They hatched this scheme to call this to make it look like a kidnapping.
So he wasn't specific enough. Like, his theory has to include Nancy's home, you would think, because of the pacemaker being disconnected part. It has to include Nancy's home. If it doesn't, then it's just ridiculous.
Okay. That's disturbing on so many levels. That's from The Real Jim Duffy at TikTok. But at least he's thinking through the facts and coming up with this theory. Maybe I'm wrong. Straight out to Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of the LA jurisdiction. She is the author of Deal Breakers, and you can see her now on.
Also, while you're here, please make sure to support Nancy Grace's channel. She's turned into a friend of the channel, so I'm grateful for that. Like this video. Likes are free. Shadow the Night Owl likes because it helps him get more Hootie snacks. And subscribe to the channel as well. And remember, I go live almost every night to talk about true crime and current events a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern. And most importantly, say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat here. We've got a great group of people, lots of professionals from all over the world, really.
Bravo, as well as Peacock, and find her at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany, maybe I'm wrong, but...
Yeah, so if the guy was saying that she never made it home, then his thing is ridiculous, because then it doesn't account for the pacemaker being disconnected at 2:28 a.m., right? So I was thinking he might have meant, because he said, okay, what if Nancy, supposedly they were dropped off? And he said, what if that never happened? What part is he saying never happened? Her being dropped off, or something happening while they did that instead? And to me, it wasn't clear. But if he was saying it happened at Annie's house, then that's kind of ridiculous.
Haven't they been cleared? LE said they're clear. They're not suspects. They reportedly passed polygraphs and their vehicle has been returned. So why? Why is this still happening?
You know, Nancy, of course they've been cleared. Of course it's not the family. This has been going on for some time. But with this TikToker...
Of course, I mean, she might be saying this, though, because she doesn't want Savannah upset with her. But I don't know. It's difficult for me to completely rule out anyone while there's no suspects, right? That's what I think. I think it's tough to truly rule out everyone. Doesn't mean they actually did it, but could have been a scheme. That's possible.
I see a certain sort of arrogance a high estimation of his own beliefs and theories, a low level of regard for critical thinking. I see something called proportionality.
That's going to be one of my favorite insults. A low level of regard for critical thinking. So when I get trolls, I'll say, you have a low level of regard for critical thinking.
Bias. And what that means is if it's a big event, it must have a big explanation. If there's a tornado, it's because God is mad at us. If somebody goes missing, it's because it's a vast right-wing conspiracy. You know, most people.
Or Captain Kirk in Star Wars, he has the polite way to say, fuck around and find out. You may test that assumption at your convenience.
People are frightened at the thought that something really horrible could happen to their loved one, their family member, their child, their parent. And maybe it's just random. Maybe it's because there's one or two bad people in the world, not that there's this big, huge theory that makes it all simple and makes it all go away.
What did you call that? What was the term you just used, Dr. Bethany?
Proportionality bias, meaning if it's a big event, Nancy Guthrie going missing, there has to be a huge explanation. The idea that it could be a big event, Nancy Guthrie goes missing, but it's a simple or random explanation. For example, this may sound silly. A new kitty cat I have went missing 5 days ago. I decided that she'd gotten out a window, that coyotes had eaten her, that I was a bad person. I fell into a depression. Then friends and I found that she had just crawled into a little drawer. So my mind, in order to secure myself in that situation, came up with this huge, huge theory that made me feel like, I don't know, somehow in a strange way safer, that things don't happen randomly, other than my little fluff ball just climbed into a drawer and couldn't get out. It was a really simple explanation. I think that's what we're going to find at the end of the day. It's a pretty simple explanation driven by normal human motivations like attachment and greed, and somebody who was targeting Nancy in a way that's fairly predictable. And
I don't know about this here. Predictable with greed, ransom? Depends on what kind of greed you're talking about. You mean greed for ransom? I would say no.
See at all levels of society.
Wow. The way you explained that was very helpful. Also joining me, in addition to Dr. Bethany Marshall, is Brian Fitzgibbons, Director of Operations, USPA Nationwide Security. He leads a team of investigators around the world finding and extracting missing people. He is a former Marine and an Iraqi war vet. What about this? I get everything Bethany just said, but what about cold hard evidence disproving this conspiracy theory? One, according to reports from law enforcement, Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker spiked and disconnected around 2 a.m., which means she did return home from dinner the night before and was in her home and her pacemaker was working. And then there is the port.
Correct. Nancy is correct here. Now, as far as we know, though, too, garage door opening and closing, what is the proof of that? Is that just Tommaso or Annie's written testimony or word about that happening? Or is there other proof that the garage door opened and closed at that time? I'm not sure the answer to this question, by the way. So if someone in the chat knows, let me know.
Guy video. That happened. Google does not have a dog in this fight. They did not make that up. He was there around 2 a.m. the night of the kidnap. Can't fight with that.
Yeah, this theory blows past a number of things that we know to be facts in this case. And beyond the facts that you just mentioned, I think we're all aware, and anybody who follows your show is well aware, that family members are under the highest level of scrutiny from law enforcement when any missing person case. Okay, so with all the resources of the FBI, all the resources of Pima County, and we have statements from Sheriff Nanos, from law enforcement, direct from the source, that they have been cleared in this case. I think it's time that narrative can be put to bed once and for all.
I hope, Fitzgibbons, that you and Dr. Bethany are sitting down. You may have to lay down for this. You mentioned the family. Well, Christy at one.
So, Bella, where did you hear that? That the phone code? I've never heard of a garage door opening with a phone code. So, that's interesting if so. Did Sheriff Nano say that, or where did you hear that? That it was the phone code was the record.
251238 says, I still believe members of the family has something to do with this lady's disappearance. That's why no suspect apprehended. The culprit is right under their noses. And she extrapolates right here. Check it out. There's something about those eyes. I see nothing about those eyes that are even remotely similar. So let me throw this to Fitzgibbons and Dr. Bethany. Have you heard the old story about the 5 blind guys asked to describe what is before them, and they feel and feel and feel, and they all describe something?
Oh, to be clear, I definitely think it's possible to open a garage door via your phone. I just wouldn't have thought that was Nancy's circumstance. I wouldn't have thought she would have that capability. But again, like, what was who said that? Was it Sheriff Nanos that said that's what it was? Or was it something Brian Entin said? I can't recall who had said it.
Vastly different. Why? One is rubbing the elephant's ears. One, his trunk. One, his hoof. One, his tummy. And one, his tail.
So if Maureen said it, where did she learn that from? Did a source tell her? Because I don't remember hearing it outside of, I guess Maureen said it.
In other words, they are extrapolating based on the little information they have. So I am not faulting the real Jim Duffy or Christy Kerr. They're going on the little bit of information they've got. They don't have the whole picture. Neither do we. But you know what? I got to give them this much. They're trying. They're trying to solve the mystery. Okay, that said, they're totally wrong, but they're trying. Let's listen to this one. The feds are sneaky, according to the Broken Place TikTok. Listen.
Anybody else keeping up with the Nancy Guthrie? That video that came out of that door cam, it looks staged, y'all. But the feds are real sneaky. And I have a feeling, I don't know what they're after or what they're doing, but
again, extrapolating. The 5 blind guys in the elephant. Dr. Bethany, she's seen the porch guy and she mistrusts the federal government. I mean, who doesn't? Really? That goes way, way, way back. So she's taking those 2 true facts and turning it into, what was that? The FBI director, was that Kash Patel out there on Nancy Guthrie's front porch with a balaclava on? I mean, that you have to follow it through to its logical conclusion. What is she trying to say? That the feds fake this whole thing?
Well, I think what you see here is massive distrust for political institutions, which I think we all share, especially right now. So there's that. And with the 5 blind guys, they're extrapolating from what they see right in front of them. What if these conspiracy theorists are extrapolating from their own history? For instance, the one who thinks it's the government, maybe she's going through a tax audit. The one who thinks that the family members did it, maybe she had a toxic relationship with the family member. Maybe she had a fight the night before where she screamed at her spouse, I wish you were dead. So somehow these personal experiences then creep their way into the conspiracies. And I think furthermore, Nancy, all of these TikTokers, I want you to look at their faces when we hear what they're saying. They are so certain that what they're thinking or saying is true, which suggests to me a need to create order in their world, certainty, certitude, that whatever they're thinking is true and correct, which leads, as you know, Nancy, to too heavy a reliance on intuition, bordering on I'm psychic and I know better than everybody else because I have some inner little voice that's prompting me forward, but pay no attention to the truth because I mistrust that.
Okay, another one that you and Fitzgibbons may have.
So the timeline says 9:48, family drops Nancy off at home and garage door opens. 9:50 p.m., garage door closes. That's from the sheriff's department. I'm just trying to find out where they found out. Because that's interesting, right? If the phone said it, that's interesting because that means she was definitely there, right?
Have to lay down for before you hear it, but I warned you. Listen.
So Nancy Guthrie, do you have any message to Savannah or to your family? Miss you. And I pray
Well, this guy's probably a full clown.
that there's a resolution to this, hopefully one with a happy ending. I don't know that that is going to be the case at this point, but at least closure for your family, okay?
It's very rare that I can't think of something to say, whether it's completely off point or inappropriate, but that has left me almost speechless. That's from Hope Paranormal on TikTok. Fitzgibbons, was he actually pushing a button to make the recording the voice of Nancy Guthrie?
I mean, to me, that guy seems like he's just exploiting the opportunity to do so.
Bond, that looked like a kid's metal lunchbox.
I'm surprised that machine worked so well when he wasn't wearing a tinfoil hat while using it. And here's the deal, right? For any of these paranormal researchers and psychics and clairvoyants that are weighing in on this case, I have a simple message. There's over a $1.2 million reward. If you want to prove to us that your information is accurate, package it up and send it into the FBI, right? But this nonsense of a noise machine supposedly communicating with Mrs. Guthrie to send a message to her family, it's really disturbing that people are giving this an audience.
Okay. I'm not giving it an audience. Okay, don't throw.
I feel like I need to start talking to the law enforcement down there and the sources so I can ask these questions. Like, because there's so many things I would ask that I haven't heard asked so far.
Put me in that pot to stew. I'm saying that those tips, please do not clog up the tip line with that. But there's another level to this. Dr. Bethany Marshall, not long after my dad passed away, I had someone completely unrelated to me approach me. I believe I was at HLN, CNN at the time, approach me and tell me my father had communicated with them and wanted to give me a business decision, business advice. I'm like, I was polite. I listened and then walked away. It was so intrusive and so wrong. I'm pretty sure if my dad wanted to communicate with me, he would come to me directly. But that said, that's hurtful on so many different levels.
Nancy, of all the TikToks you just played, I found this one to be the most cruel because he's claiming to have a direct line.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think he's probably being ridiculous. But do you think there is ways to talk to like entities and spirits? I don't know if I completely ruled out completely. I think there might be people that might be able to pick up on some things, but not everyone has that capability, I would say. But what do you think? Is that a possible thing? Or is it completely impossible and everyone who says they can is full of it? Which do you think?
To Nancy Guthrie, it creates a sense that he's unique and has insight above all others, which is yet another motivation for conspiracy theorists. Nancy, we all rely on intuition. You wrote a book called Don't Be a Victim. And somewhere in there, I'm sure you wrote about relying on that sixth sense, looking around, seeing what's really going on. But this guy, he actually uses it as a cruel, malevolent weapon with low levels of conscientiousness in terms of how this would impact the Guthrie family. How painful to see their own mother's voice mimicked, mocked, and distorted for some cheap form of entertainment. This one I did not, I couldn't even find remotely entertaining.
I agree. I found it hurtful on many, many levels. Brace yourself.
This is all I'm going to say about Nancy Guthrie.
So the other guy, I agree with him actually on this one, that he was being obnoxious and cruel for clicks. Like, that's exploiting, right? You're doing anything you can to exploit the situation, claiming you have direct access to her. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Anybody who knows old people knows that there is no such thing as an 84-year-old woman eating dinner at 9:30 at night. That has not happened since the dawn of man. Some may right.
Yeah. Meh. My 96-year-old grandmother eats dinner at 7:38 p.m. So try again there, bub.
Do you promise that's all you're going to say about Nancy Guthrie? Please, please. I'm going to hold you to that. That's Who's Matt Brown TikTok. My daughter comes home from school and she wants to eat supper right then. She's 18. My son wants to eat at 9 o'clock at night. So I guess since Nancy Guthrie wasn't at the senior citizen early bird special at 5 o'clock, that there's something wrong with that. So the point is, these conspiracy theories are coming from every which way. But I want you to hear this one. And I love them when they start with, I don't usually believe in conspiracies, but that should prepare you for what's to come.
I'm not typically a big conspiracy theory person. I like to hear about them, but I don't often actually believe them until I read a comment on my recent Nancy Guthrie video suggesting that Nancy could be teleporting. So this conspiracy is that we can't find Nancy Guthrie because she's actually teleporting.
As a professional face reader as well, something about this woman's eyes are a little bit troubling to me. And it makes me hesitant. I'm like, something's up here.
Like kind of Stranger Things vibes. Maybe she's teleporting into the Upside Down. Maybe she's teleporting to Paris. We don't know. When I read this, I was laughing because, like, obviously she's not teleporting. But then the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't know, guys. Like, what if she is teleporting?
Ray Shapiro at TikTok, let me put your mind at rest. You can dismiss the theory that Nancy Guthrie is teleporting. You can.
I love Nancy smacking them down. They deserve it, honestly. They deserve it.
Just put that right out of your mind. Don't worry about it anymore. In fact, you need to go lay down and rest. Listen to this. This is one of my favorites.
That's another good one. You need to go lay down and rest. I like that one too. So what was the other one I liked? Lacking the powers of critical thinking. And the other one, you need to lay down. Lay down and take a rest.
Here's my Nancy Guthrie conspiracy theory. So I heard earlier today that the Pima County Sheriff's Office was involved with a reality TV crew. It was a show about Pima County. I think that the reality TV people are involved in one of two ways. They got down there and realized that the Pima County Sheriff's Office.
So some of these people also, though, they're proving that many people should not have a platform to the entire world. That's kind of some of this proves. It's like, no, like there is a good thing maybe that not everyone had the ability to reach the entire world with a click.
Is not interesting enough to make a reality TV show about. So either they were going to go a long way to create some drama, or the sheriff was going to go a long way to create some drama.
You know what I really like? Is when she gets to the really juicy part, she starts talking like this. Okay. That's from Veronica and the Baby Boo on TikTok. Now, granted, the last two I've shown you before, but they were just so great I had to show them again. We are flooded every day, every afternoon, every night with theories. And a lot of them are actually pretty good in this and other cases, and we discuss them on air. That said, please do not call the official tip line with these theories as we continue in our own way, keeping the search for Nancy Guthrie alive. We remember an American hero, Lieutenant Michael Shea, Nassau County PD, passed away in the line of duty, survived by grieving wife, Ingrid. American hero, Lieutenant Michael Shea. Thank you to our guests for being with us tonight, but especially to you. Nancy Grace signing off for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow night. And until then.
Make sure you check out Nancy Grace. I appreciated her smackdowns there. Gave me a good chuckle.
Unfortunately, it is an area where bodies have been found. We've had multiple homicide victims, bodies dumped in the area. Specifically, we had I guess we can call him a serial killer. His name was Christopher Clements. He kidnapped and killed Isabel Sellis. He's been convicted of another one. Bodies were recovered within, 9 iron of where we are now. Just north of here, we've had battling rival gang members getting shootouts. So we stumbled upon multiple.
Shadow reminded me to tell you all to make sure you like the video if you haven't already. Likes are free. Spank the like button. Leave your DNA in the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And as always, Super Chat's a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Becoming a channel member gives you access to the members-only live streams and also supports the channel. And Super Stickers, they help too. And say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat here, huh? The Black Sheep Nation, Black Sheep Squadron, or the flock of black sheep.
Homicide victim seen one day, and there were 3 or 4 bodies from what I remember just off the roadway.
Would somebody have at least with the serial killer, were the kills of these individuals, these victims, was it in Tucson and then brought out here? Is that how it worked?
I don't know exactly where they were killed at, but the crimes did happen within the metro area of Tucson, specifically in the city limits. And then, yes, the victims were brought out here and their bodies were left out here. Both of them very close to each other as well. And anecdotally, I can think of 3 or 4 others, bodies that were victims of violent crimes that were left out here as well. It looks like you can see, but realistically, there could be someone 10 feet that way. This small brush, these shrubs, they do a great job of hiding everything. This is a very open area, but black is literally the worst color to wear in the desert because it sticks out so much. Just get up into some of these treeless areas.
I see.
We got a super sticker here from Annie. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Shadow the Night Owl really appreciates it. It'll help him get some hootie snacks. And Cat, you can't tell him when he's had enough. Shadow will tell you when he has had enough hootie snacks. He's like, I've had enough, Ossifer. And thank you again, Annie. I appreciate it. And so does Shadow.
I don't know if you can see me right now, but I can see you perfectly, and you're probably 25 feet away from me.
Wow. We haven't seen anyone in the last 45 minutes.
You've seen the terrain, you've seen the geography. Most people would say we're in the middle of nowhere, but at the exact same time, within a half hour, I could be at Broadway and Stone in the center of metropolitan downtown Tucson. And that's how quickly you can get away or just sort of disappear in this environment.
Super interesting to get that perspective, Allison, and I want to ask you about it. But first, I also want to tell people about your book, because Allison is an amazing journalist and also just wrote a book, which is so cool. So tell me a little bit about it.
So my book, I will hold it up for all of you guys, is Murder and the Media. And it's really a story about what it's like to be an investigative journalist and to go behind the scenes. And in this book, I tell stories I never told before. They didn't go on TV. I didn't write about them in newspapers or magazines. I've been a writer a long time. And I really give you a behind the scenes look at like stories like the Robert Blake story or stories like the Holly Bobo story. And there's things that happen long before the trial, right after somebody was abducted. You know, it's kind of the same situation that we're dealing with here behind the scenes, you know, trying to find out information about the Nancy Guthrie case and what has happened to her.
And Allison, again, I'm not just saying this, she's amazing. She's also an attorney. She scoots herself right into situations where we're not supposed to be a lot, where we end up getting really good scoops. So definitely check out her book and I'm also just so proud of you also, Allison. I mean, I know how much work and time and heart and soul you put into the book on top of all the other stories we've been working on. So I hope people will check it out.
Well, thank Brian for writing the foreword.
Yes, that was cool. That was a first for me too. So that was super cool. But back to you spent the day with Bob in the desert. What stood out to you?
Well, you know, the reason we were in the desert is because you and I have been discussing for a while, wow, did they do the right search? You know, there were so many problems at the beginning of this investigation. Should they have been searching out in the desert where, God forbid, Nancy, you know, might have been dumped or her remains? And
I mean, you may as well, right? Why not let the Cajun Navy or whomever try to search around, do a grid search? Maureen was asking for that. But chances are they're far from the area anyway.
It turns out that that theory isn't really a working one because they did check around Nancy Guthrie's house, which would be the only place you'd probably find her. And because out in the desert, it is like in the middle of nowhere. It's only about 45 minutes outside of Tucson, which is a regular city, small, but a regular city. And it's in the middle of nowhere. And you can't see anything. And in the past, people have dumped other, you know, people who have passed away or that they've been murdered. There's a lot of crime that goes on out there in the desert. So it was really interesting. I mean, first to find out that the theory wasn't right, you know, something that you and I have been talking about, like, how come they weren't out there in the desert? You know,
so when you saw it for yourself, you realized it would be very difficult to search.
And also Bob told me, Bob said, Bob had worked out there. You guys, he had been a SWAT commander, and they had worked out there. They'd worked out there with Border Patrol. They always had a Border Patrol guy with them. And he said, it's impossible unless you are looking for someone specifically in a specific area and you know some sort of facts about why they're in that specific area. It's impossible to find anyone.
And that's a fair point. I mean, so unless they know specifically where they are, a search could be fruitless. I get it. But if the Cajun Navy wants to, why not let them? I know Bella has said they did mess up a case once years ago, but hey, local law enforcement might have messed up this one, so.
And you could see it in the, video we shot that Bob walked about, like several feet away from me, maybe 20, 17, and I couldn't see him. And then the road, it's the road actually that you take to Mexico. And it's also a road that people trying to get out of Mexico and come here take to come in illegally. So it's just so dry. He actually said that if he had dropped me there, that in 3 hours I'd probably be dead.
Really? Just because it's so hot and dry.
He doesn't know me that way.
Yeah, you are a survivor, but still, you're also not a desert woman. Neither of us are very familiar with the desert.
No, well, I'm not a desert woman. It's too hot.
Yeah.
And there's no water anywhere.
Yeah.
But we were out there in the middle of nowhere, 45 minutes on a gravel road that is not easy, like on your tush or anything else.
Yeah.
We were going up and down and up and down, and he was going super slow because I was the passenger. And I was like, oh my gosh. Even when I got out, it was difficult to walk. And then in addition to the fact that you can't drive it very well, it's a horrible road, but off to the sides are like a million different kinds of plants. And he goes, everything out here is trying to kill you. And there's the one that you just brush by that shoots daggers into you that we learned about. There's all these cactus.
Like Brian and Entin's having a picnic with her, having a picnic on their briefcases and their suitcases.
Cacti. There's all kinds of other things. Everything seems to have a spike on it.
I'm glad you said cacti plural because a few of you watching, they gave me a hard time. I think I said cactuses one day. But you're right. I mean, even around Nancy's house, we were back.
Brian Entin reads the comments, and we went over this too, didn't we? Cacti, not cactuses.
behind Nancy's house. And I'm from Florida, you're from LA. I'm used to heat. I'm used to, like, Florida, it's extreme at times, but it's not dry like this. There's a lot of shade, there's trees, there's water. Here it really is it has a different feel to it. Yeah,
Well, it was, yeah. I mean, there were these cacti, and it's kind of interesting because the cacti and the cactus I have like arms, and
yeah, they're really cool.
And they're kind of cool. It takes about 200 years to grow them, but they're not the worst thing in the desert. I am from an area that used to be a desert, so it is dry. But this area apparently, like in the 1800s, 1890s, had more water. But right now, it's dry as can be, dangerous, but very easy to get rid of someone. So that was why I was interested in it, and why you were interested in it, because we're like, well, if they're on their way to Mexico, they could, and God forbid that Nancy passed away following her abduction, that this would have been a perfect place. And he kind of illustrated that for me by going, because I said, it looks kind of flat. I don't know. I would see something from the road. And he walked away, like I said, 17 feet, couldn't see him. And he was wearing a black shirt, which apparently is like very easier to spot in the desert. The other thing too was that there's an awful lot of crime in this area. So if somebody was dropped there and they are alive, a lot of bad things could happen to you, even just with human beings. There's human smuggling, there's drug trafficking. It's just, to say it's vast is an understatement. I mean, I just kept looking and looking, and it goes on and on. And we were only about 1.5 miles off of the main road. You could go 2-3 miles. And he said, you know, it's just, you never know what you're going to find, but you can't see anything. You can't see anything from the side of the road. So it was just kind of super devastating. But I did realize that in terms of, you know, any kind of criticism that has gone towards the investigation, that the only chance really of finding Nancy's remains initially was around that neighborhood. And that's kind of, as Bob said, what happened during the first few days of the search.
So you've been here like me since the beginning. We left, but, you know, it's been 2 months now, which is hard to wrap your mind around. What are your feelings right now? I mean, I feel sad for Savannah, obviously, and for the family. I didn't think it would take this long when we first got here, the first couple. I really didn't think we'd be sitting here 2 months later.
I feel terrible for that family, and I think there were missed opportunities, and I think that makes me feel even worse.
So let's hear what she thinks the missed opportunities are. This is interesting.
Because the more we dig into this, and the more we investigate, and the more we talk to people, we find out that in those first 24 hours were the most critical, that there were problems in terms of, you know, assumptions that were made, investigative assumptions that were made, that the area was, as we all know, and we've reported this, they took down the crime scene tape before the FBI arrived. So maybe, you know, that becomes a chain of custody issue where people could have come and gone. No matter what you say, it leaves an opening for a defense attorney. You can say nobody came or went, but footprints are gone because we were walking around there, you know, and other people, and as famously the pizza delivery.
You're talking
guy.
about early on when they cleared the scene quickly.
So I feel that I feel particularly bad for the family because it does seem that mistakes were made. I'm sure that's true in every investigation, but these were of such a nature that they garnered more attention than the focus being on Nancy and this missing woman. And I found it really troubling, and it feels really sad here now.
Yeah.
Because I do believe, based on the people we've talked to, that ultimately, in all of our different sources, and Lord knows we've talked to a lot of people.
Yeah, we have.
You know, and we've been in a lot of places. I mean, I spent yesterday in the desert all day. And Brian is
like, Shadow, that girl Kat, she's pretty wild too, right? Yeah, she keeps on telling me to not have more hootie snacks. I know, I can't believe it either.
Done worse.
Yeah. That's right. You'll tell her when you've had enough. That's right.
You've been all over.
So yeah, we have been all over, but I feel badly that that she's missing like this, I think it will ultimately be solved. But I think, as we all have talked about, I have elderly parents. I think about, you can't help but empathize and think about the horror if somebody took one of them, whether they're cognizant and have no dementia, or even worse, if they have dementia, the terror of it all. And listening to Savannah talk about it on the Today Show during her interview, I felt, and maybe I'm reading into it, but I felt some frustration that initially she hadn't really felt listened to. Because when somebody elderly who's your parent and your family goes missing or has a problem, the family knows. We know what's wrong with our parents. We don't go to a cocktail party and discuss it. But if the police are asking, you can give them all the information that they need, especially because Nancy Guthrie was so well cared for by her family. She had a daughter right nearby, a son-in-law, and she had, and visitors all the time, lots of friends, and a really good place in this community. So, yeah, it makes me kind of sad. And the more we look into this investigation, I get more and more upset.
Yeah, and I think, she said in her interview, Savannah, that they were trying to say initially, she didn't just walk off. She can't even walk to the mailbox most of the time. And you could sense a little bit of frustration, I think, and that lined up with what we heard from our source, who you guys saw the interview with, who we covered the face, but who said they were working off this theory initially that this was an older person who may have just walked away, and that valuable time may have been lost. And you mentioned like your parents. I think about my parents. I think it's one of the reasons that people are so invested in the story, including us. I mean, yeah, there's a celebrity factor in Savannah Guthrie, but I don't know. You think about the frustration when if my mom went missing, I would know that she didn't just walk off. And you're trying to say that, and it's like that must.
My mom can't walk off.
Yeah.
So
right. So I could see how that and would be frustrating in the beginning, and the fact that we've now learned that the people who were initially investigating had a lack of experience. Back to what you said, there were issues early on in the investigation, and that stuff, you guys
have to, you guys have to realize that when we're here, we're giving you kind of a very carefully collated version of what we are hearing. Behind the scenes in a murder like this, not a murder, I should say, in a kidnapping case like this, and potentially a homicide, there's a lot of people to talk to. There were a lot of different law enforcement agencies out here working this case. And there's just also a lot of neighbors, people who saw things. And these are really delicate conversations to have, because especially in the beginning, there was so much hope that she would be found. And I think it's really important for you. We're trying to give you a behind the scenes look. We're waiting here today. We've already done, a couple of interviews with different people, but a lot of the time was spent not on camera, just chatting with people.
Yeah, a ton of time.
A ton of time.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes to your mood at this point, right?
Yeah. Well, and I found that, just like you have too, we've been to a lot of places covering a lot of different crimes over the years. I think here we met more people more quickly and gained their trust more. People here, first of all, are very friendly, I think, in Tucson, Arizona. And also we came into a place where there was already a frustration with the sheriff. And I think that people wanted to talk quickly about that. Do you think,
I think that's true. And
don't you feel like we made sources faster here?
I think we did, but I think some of that was attributable to the fact that the whole country saw the first time when he gave conflicting information, that very first press conference, we were like, okay, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's under a lot of stress. There's a lot of media here. And then he said he wouldn't be talking to anybody else. And then you saw him in the middle of the night giving other interviews. You saw him round the clock. And then the second time, it became so frustrating. And I think for the people who live here, for the rank and file that work underneath him, because we're the media, we could have helped. We could have helped if he gave us the right timeline the first time. We could have helped if we knew that, if we knew who had dropped, that she had been dropped off at this time. We could have helped with different information that came out so slowly, or information that came out that was incorrect that he had to walk back. So I think we felt very frustrated. This is the time where media can really be helpful, where we can do something really good to put somebody's face out there, find missing people. And I think that the people that live here knew they could see him messing up. And after a while, even when they put out the announcement that we saw the picture of the suspect, and the sheriff argued over, we saw two pictures, that the second picture was probably taken at the same time when we were hearing from other sources. It wasn't. It was critical that maybe at the very beginning they asked for all the video that everybody had for the last month. I mean, that doesn't...
They didn't do that initially. They didn't ask for all the video. That came later.
And it was strange because I also heard, oh, there's not much video here. And then in the first 2 days that we arrived,
Lindsay, thank you very much for the super chat. Just here appreciating you. Lindsay is the one who sent me Shadow the Night Owl, by the way. So everyone should thank Lindsay. I thank Lindsay for that.
I was driving around seeing video cameras. There is video. Whether or not they had anything, that's a whole nother different story. But generally in these kinds of cases, and both Brian and I have a lot of experience in it, there is a request. There is people go from home to home right away. This happened in one of the stories in my book. There was a murder right around the corner from my house. And the next day, there was a detective in my home taking my Ring camera footage and downloading it. And there were 5 other detectives working in the area. So what happened there, and quite frankly, all of the detectives, the police force from the University of Arizona, the FBI, everybody was wanting to help. They didn't really have this manpower shortage in terms of there's so many different law enforcement agencies here. So yeah, that's very disturbing.
Well, it seems like early on they could have, if the sheriff wanted, they could have had way more resources. I mean, I know they had the FBI come in, but he was kind of reluctant, it seemed like, to accept the help.
Well, they had the hostage rescue team that flew in from Quantico waiting at a nearby Air Force, and they went on their way to Rio Rico to detain a potential suspect based on evidence I'm sure that they had. I mean, I'm not going to second guess any of that part of the investigation. It's not my place, and it's not our job.
Yeah.
But what is our job was to be helpful, and that became very difficult. And we kept trying. I know you kept trying so hard because you have a really, good heart and really care.
And I don't have anything against the sheriff. I mean, it's not our job to have personal feelings. I think he probably, regardless of all the politics involved and stuff, obviously wants to solve the case, and we've always asked for interviews, and I've wanted to get his side on any criticism that we've reported of him.
Yes, folks, there's 1,500 people watching. I could try to get to 1,000. Many more views than that, by the way. Shadow would appreciate it. And make sure you subscribe too while you're here. And say hello to the flock of black sheep. They are very kind, supportive, and generous folks.
Would be, I would be happy to go interview him and just have his side out there, and he, even with this latest story we did with the insider who spoke to us, at least as of when we're taping this, we didn't get a response in terms of, getting an interview with the sheriff. And they always say that he's not available for interviews, but then he does do interviews with the local stations here, and kind of like, it seems like with people that he considers to be more friendly.
Yes.
That kind of thing.
Yes. So, or that he's known a long time.
Yeah. So it's been frustrating. You mentioned Rio Rico, though. That was the spot where we went to. There were 2 raids initially, one in Rio Rico, one right near Nancy's house, with people who it seemed like could possibly be involved, but then didn't end up being involved. And we still don't have the search warrant. You tried to get the search warrants.
No, they're sealed.
They're sealed. We still don't know.
That's not that unusual, though, because it's an ongoing investigation.
What's the latest? I mean, I know you've been in touch with the lawyers and stuff for those people. What's the latest on that front?
Well, they're frustrated because they have gotten back at least one of the suspect that was detained in Rio Rico did get his cell phone back eventually, but they feel very.
That's a big one. So the guy who was detained in Rio Rico got his cell phone back. I wasn't sure about that.
wronged. And the lawyers said, I think ultimately, that, you know, if they don't get the affidavit, they want to see what the search warrant was based upon. And that's called an affidavit, you know, for a search warrant. And they want to see what was in that. And then I think they'll make some decisions about moving forward. Frankly, if I'm giving you guys my honest opinion about
It's a good question, Reagan. I will show you. I just subscribed to your show tonight. Who is Shadow? Shadow is my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. He is maybe the mascot of the channel. A lot of black sheep are also night owls, and that's where it came from as well. A lot of people who had a toxic parent, narcissistic parent, they were criticized a lot during the day, weren't able to be themselves, stuck in fight, flight, freeze, fawn. But at nighttime, when everyone else went to bed, their nervous system was able to relax, and they were finally able to be themselves. So there's a lot of people that are night owls, possibly for that reason, or maybe their time of day where they could relax was early morning. But that's who Shadow is. Also, folks, press 2 if you did not hit like.
this. I do believe that there were probably significant reasons to go and detain these two potential suspects. They never called them suspects. They didn't release their names. So I think they did the best under the circumstances. Well, what I wasn't okay was that they rushed into the Rio Rico home before the FBI HRT group could get there. And I thought that was, the cooperation is lacking.
What did you hear about that? Because I mentioned it in some of my...
That's actually pretty big. We're going to hear that again. Ready for this? Listen to this.
David, you know, for a search warrant, and they want to see what was in that. And then I think they'll make some decisions about moving forward. Frankly, if I'm giving you guys my honest opinion about this, I do believe that there were probably significant reasons to go and detain these two potential suspects. They never called them suspects. They didn't release their names. So I think they did the best under the circumstances. Well, what I wasn't okay was that they rushed into the Rio Rico home before the FBI HRT group could get there. And I thought...
So they rushed into the Rio Rico home before the FBI team could get there. She's saying that was a blunder. That's the first time I've heard this so far, so that's pretty interesting.
That was, the cooperation is lacking.
What did you hear about that? Because I mentioned it in some of my reports, but you have more information there. Because it was... The feds weren't really kept in the loop on that raid, it didn't sound like.
They got there eventually.
Yeah.
But the sheriff rushed in, and I don't know why. You can surmise yourself. I'm not going to give my opinion on that. But the HRT is like this elite unit for hostage and rescue that came in from Quantico, and they were waiting at a nearby Air Force base to come and assist. And they got there late. If they got there at all, I never saw them, but I assume maybe they got there because by the time everything was kind of winding down, the sheriff did get there. He was on scene. Some of our sources have said that's unusual. Usually you're in a command post, especially if it's a standoff or something along those lines where it could get dangerous. But yeah, I think that both of those, all three of the people detained, or all four of the people detained, the mom, the person in the house that was near Nancy's house, and the gentleman that was in the Range Rover, that's all within 2 miles of Nancy Guthrie's home. All those people that were detained, as well as the gentleman in Rio Rico, feel that it was unjust. And I'm not going to say anything about that until I get a chance to see what's in the affidavit.
Yeah,
So they think it's unjust. Might be a lawsuit coming down the pike, I would say. And who's she referring to? Carlos, Luke Daly, and his mother, and one other person.
I can't wait to see those, just to see what evidence they had. I mean, a federal judge had to sign off, so there has to be something there, right? Some meat on the bones, even if it ends up not. Obviously, there's no reason to believe they were connected to Nancy Guthrie, but there was something there that at that time made them think they could be.
I think so. I think that they were looking for viable suspects. I don't think they were looking to raid homes just to raid homes.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see how much meat was on the bones of the affidavit, and then we can talk to you guys about it. tell you, and get one of our experts out here to chat with Brian about it.
Where do you feel like things are going to go from here?
I think that it's interesting to me. First of all, there was a lot of comments in the last podcast that you did about how there have been no press conferences. That's kind of, to me, always kind of a little bit of a good sign that nobody's talking. And I think that would have been helpful in the very beginning, unless you had something useful for the public so that we could be of assistance, the media could be of assistance, the public could be of assistance in trying to locate Mrs. Guthrie. But it's been pretty quiet, and I think work is being done. And we've heard also that the task force, which includes FBI and the sheriff's deputies, are doing better together.
Yeah.
I mean, I really think that those issues were higher up.
Same.
The rank and file.
Yeah.
You know, and you've heard that in our reporting. The rank and file, the guys working this, they're working tirelessly.
So this is Allison Weiner discusses, and she's a producer at News Nation. She has a book titled Murder in the Media. Interesting. So she works with Brian at News Nation.
Very nice people. They don't give away information like while they were working. You know, I mean, everybody was very serious about this. But I think I think what's happening is the investigation is continuing. And I think ultimately that they will find the person.
I do too. I think, well, two things. Yes, the FBI initially, I think there were issues there working with the sheriff's office. We heard about it from good sources. But it seems like now that the task force has been put together, you know, they're getting along because they're a task force. And I think that got worked out.
Would have been better if it had started at the beginning.
Yeah, that's the problem. And then I think...
What do you think is going to happen?
I think ultimately the DNA is going to come to the rescue. I think the technology is changing so much every day, and we know that they're trying to do genetic genealogy. And, you know, other cases we've covered, even this like Ted Bundy case, advances in DNA later can, you know, change things. And I think that it's going to be, hopefully the DNA samples.
That was interesting too, wasn't it? Another one of Ted Bundy's victims had been identified as a victim of him. So, I mean, they're both dead now.
They got will be viable from inside the house, even though we've reported that they're mixed. And I think ultimately, you know, we're going to just be working on some other story and we're going to get the call that something connected.
I hope so.
You know, I hope so too. But I appreciate you, Allison, for all the work you.
So, B, what happened was one of Ted Bundy's victims was pinned to him. So it was a cold case. They didn't know who did it, and they figured out Ted Bundy did it. So, if you're a family member, what do you think about that? Does it do you any good to know that justice was already served? Maybe, but probably not. I mean, your loved one's still gone. That's really what matters.
Do behind the scenes for me and for News Nation. And again,
should I hold up my book
let's
here?
Do it again. A shameless plug for Allison's book. I'm just so proud of you.
Murder in the Media. You can order it on Amazon. It's available. It will be ready by the end of the month. April 28th it drops. I'm happy to sign it if you want to send it to me. I'll let guys know on my Instagram and also on Twitter how you could send it to me. I will sign it and send it back. But thank you all so much.
Yeah, and it's hard to write a book, by the way. I didn't know. I mean, you know, I don't have any experience writing books, so I got to witness it as we were working on our other stories, watching Allison go through the process. And so it's really cool.
It's kind of what you and I do, where we go and talk to people, but we don't tell all of the things that we're learning, even afterwards, because not everything is appropriate in the moment. So
that's a good point. A lot of times, like even with this story, there's so much right now that it's just not appropriate to talk about because it's fresh, it's active, it's, you know, you're writing about some cases that have some time has gone by where you can really sort of not spill the beans, but there's just things that are appropriate to talk about a few years later that are.
Well, sometimes you do, like, say, an interview with somebody that isn't going to air, and they tell you about their relationship with Nancy. Let's say in this case, we're not going to air that now.
By the way, folks, Dr. Salerno was on a documentary on Hulu about Ted Bundy, by the way. and he was a featured expert. And I did talk to him about that in one of my interviews with Dr. Salerno.
Now she's missing, they're hurting. But you certainly do learn a lot about the victim, about the pain of the victim's family that they're going through. So, hopefully, once Nancy is found, we'll come back to you with some of those stories.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
All right. Thank you, Allison.
Thanks.
Really appreciate Allison for all of her hard work. She works with me a ton at News Nation. And definitely check out her book. She really has been working so hard on it. I just got a copy. It's really, really good. Kind of a look behind the scenes, some of the crime stories that she's covered. Savannah Guthrie will be back on the Today Show Monday morning. That's the plan. So that'll be interesting to see if she addresses anything that's going on in the investigation and how that all works with her getting back on the show. I'll keep you guys posted if there's any updates. Still working on a couple of other angles. And as always, I really appreciate you guys for supporting me, for supporting my channel, for subscribing, for checking out my work on News Nation, of course. And I'll keep you posted. It's been a long week here in Tucson, long, hot week as always, but hopefully we'll get some resolution soon with the Nancy Guthrie case, because again, I can't believe it's now been 62 days. So hope everybody has a good weekend, and I'll talk to you guys later.
So in X, considering that's how it was with Ted Bundy, I don't even know why that was news then. Like, if he confessed to it, why didn't they accept his confession? Like, it's dumb. So they connected him to a murder that he already confessed to. So I guess they were trying to just pump some clicks out there, I guess. Kind of silly. Silly, but not surprising, I would say. Yeah, because I had thought it was actually like a new discovery. Because that's what you get when you talk about an article that you don't click. The headline's a little bit different, right? And you read something a little bit different when you actually click it. So, yeah, Ted Bundy, he was a wild man. I mean, the fact that he escaped from prison twice, that was pretty wild that he was able to do that. But to recap today's show, folks, we went over the crime unresolved video first. That was about the ransom. We don't think it was a ransom attempt, this whole thing. Then we went to Ashley Banfield. Then we went to Brian Entin. No, excuse me. We went to Brian Entin for a minute, but then we switched and went to Ashley Banfield. Then we went to Nancy Grace. And then we went back and finished Brian Entin. That was the evening. Took us about 4 hours to do all of that. Shadow will win, Cat. Shadow is good at staring just like Nancy Grace would probably be. But Nancy Grace, she gave me some chuckles tonight. I'm going to give her a headlining act at the Chuckle Hut. All I have to do is feed her some ridiculousness on TikTok and let her go to work. Let her cook. Gotta let Nancy Grace cook. LJ, welcome. While you're here, press 2 if you didn't press like. You as well, April. You have a beautiful weekend as well. You're very welcome for streaming. Yeah, Monday, April 6th, Savannah's first day back. Big day. Thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay's on the ball with the like button. Yeah, D is not shy. Could we have a good supportive group here, D? We're not going to be out of control in this chat. Tickety Talk is the least effective form of social media for me. I'm on there, but YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram are a little better for me. ASMR with Jared and Shadow. Narcissistic Abuse Recovery with Jared and Shadow. Healing CPTSD. and practicing radical self-respect and going no contact. Give Savannah space and grace this week. I agree with you, Bella. Well said. We'll put it up here. That's important. A lot of people are probably not going to do that. Well, look at what happened when she got interviewed by Hoda. People were jumping down Hoda's throat, ripping her. It's like, man, give it a rest. Wasn't that bad. It was Hoda trying to be her friend, but certain people who I will not mention were not having it. Oh, you got it up there, Kata. I'll have to take a look. Gold Dust Woman. Rulers make bad lovers. Better put your kingdom up for sale. Or did she make you cry? Did she make you break down? Shatter your illusions of love? So everyone, make sure you check out Sable on Blonde's cover of Fleetwood Mac's Gold Dust Woman. That's right, B. B knows the song. B, you should check it out, her cover. Yeah, we make do, Snow Baby. We make do. Yesterday we talked about the Dr. Koenig case. People weren't as interested in that, but it's still an interesting case. I like changing it up sometimes. All right, Kat, you have a great night, miss. I'm about to rock and roll here as well. So dashing, LJ. People don't know how to pick up the pieces and move on, though, LJ, when it's been a trauma bond. It's difficult, right? Good lyrics to that song. I like it. So Bella, you have a great night, and Heather and Dana, CMP, Annie, Snow Baby, Ann, B, Reggie, Cone. I don't blame you, Dana. It's been bought now, too. The whole thing's changed. Queen, glad you found us, Queen. As always, hyped to see no hype. ASMR, love it. I thought about doing more ASMR. It was really big a few years ago. Then it kind of turned into a little bit more of a fad. It's still a thing, and some people still do really well with it, but it's not as popular as it once was. The Sioux, hoot hoot, love the owl. Shadow says thank you. Shorty, you have a great night. Remember, likes are for the hootie snacks, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Tim, I forgot you were here, Tim. Hello there, Tim. Oh, for sure, Queen. Absolutely. Everyone should welcome April to the flock of black sheep here. She subscribed and liked. Very appreciated. Thank you, April. We have a grand old time in here. The time flies when we're having fun, isn't it? Doesn't it, Bella? Of course it does. You have a great night, Jane. Yep, B, I'll be here tomorrow night too. You better believe it. Underdog, you have a great night. Those people don't know how to math, Underdog. The math ain't mathin'. Teresa, you have a great night too. Autumn, have a pleasant evening. Rooster, thanks for all the likes. Thanks for all the mods as well. Songbits, Miss Kim, Tina, you have a great night. Yes, there he is. Good night, everybody. And welcoming April. Welcome April, everyone, too. Thank you, D, for the good idea about 1 for liked and 2 for not liked. Lynn, you have a great night. Tina, yes, have a great night. So, till tomorrow, everyone, happy Easter.